Rank 15 True Emperor upped by BOX and 0 VL. Siamachronem, the 10,000 spirit heavenly domain had been conquered by the alien races countless years ago. However, the 10,000 spirit heavenly region was extremely vast, with all kinds of wonderful places. Many strong men were born in the past, and there were even many heavenly emperor figures. As a result, there were many small worlds attached to the 10,000 spirit heavenly region. Most of the entrances to these small worlds were extremely well hidden and difficult to find. The place where Renchan and the others lived was one of the extremely hidden small worlds. However, after the alien races occupied 10,000 spirit realm, they sent out a large number of masters to search for those small worlds and the hidden heavenly realm creatures. For so many years, countless heaven realm experts had been lulled, and small worlds had been found and broken through. Now there were very few heaven realm creatures left in the small worlds, in 10,000 spirit heavenly region. The rest of the people were struggling to survive. That was why they were so excited when they heard that Lu Ming came from the Taiqing heavenly region. The conditions in the 10,000 spirit heavenly region were too difficult. They did not know when the alien races would find their small worlds and conquer them. In the 10,000 spirit heavenly region, they would face danger at all times. Of course, they wanted to go to the Taiqing heavenly region to cultivate. This time, we came out to look for a rough stone mine and seize some rough stones. I didn't expect to run into you. Renchan sighed when he said this. Lu Ming had completely understood. Renchan and the others were hiding in a small world without a rough stone mine. If this went on for a long time, their rough stones would run out. How could they cultivate without rough stones? That was why they took the risk to come out and look for raw gemstones. However, most of the ore veins in the 10,000 spirit realm are guarded by alien races. It's not easy to get them. It's dangerous. We plan to go to a small mine nearby. Brother Lu, do you want to go with us? Renchan asked. All right. Lu Ming nodded. Now that the people in the 10,000 spirit realm were all from foreign races, and it was rare to meet people from the heaven realm, Lu Ming naturally had to go with them. Otherwise, it would be more dangerous to travel alone. Immediately, the group left the place and carefully headed in a certain direction. Along the way, they didn't encounter any more foreign races. In fact, there weren't that many alien races in the 10,000 spirit heavenly region. Although the foreign tribes could absorb and refine the original qi in the heaven realm, the speed was slow and the efficiency was low. It was very unfavorable to the cultivation of the foreign tribes. It was just like how Lu Ming's speed of absorbing the alien race's crystals was very slow. Therefore, there weren't many alien races in the heaven realm. They all took turns. A group of foreign races had been stationed there for many years, and a group of foreign races had changed. Only the battlefield in Two World City had a large number of foreign race experts. Otherwise, Renchan and the others would not have dared to come out. About a day later, they arrived at a dense mountain forest. Here, ancient trees towered into the sky, and the grass was as green as a blanket. More than 20 people were hiding nearby. Through the leaves, they could see a huge mountain in the distance. It was a rough stone mine guarded by alien experts. "Till investigate." 11 Renchan said, then sat down cross-legged. The others surrounded Renchan obviously. Renchan had a high status among these people. On the way, Lu Ming had already found out that Renchan's combat strength was at the 10th level of a true emperor. With such combat strength at his age, he could be ranked among the top of the 9 absolutes even in the current Taiqing heaven region. At this moment, a layer of green light emanated from Renchan's body. This layer of green light resonated with the surrounding green grass and ancient trees, causing the green grass to emit a layer of crystal clear green. After a while, Renchan opened his eyes and said, "There's a great emperor guarding the mine. It looks like we'll have to wait for an opportunity." Lu Ming was shocked. Could it be that Renchan had used the green grass and ancient trees to detect the enemies in the mine? This method was extremely profound. Other than great emperors, how about those with the battle power of a true emperor? An old man asked. There's one with the battle strength of a rank 17 true emperor. There are 2 of them. The rest are below rank 17 true emperor. There are about 50 of them. Renchan said. Those in the true emperor realm are still fine. As long as that great emperor leaves, We can make our move. A middle-aged man said. Lu Ming, we need to wait here for a while, he said. Ren Chan walked over and said with a smile, It's fine. 11 Lu Ming smiled. After that, Lu Ming found out that Ren Chan had indeed mastered a wonderful supernatural power. One of Rhi's strongest laws that Ren Chan controlled was the law of life. Combined with other laws, it constructed a wonderful divine power that could sense the situation of the enemy in the distance and even the strength of their cultivation through flowers and trees. The further the distance, the weaker the perception. Of course, it was also based on Ren Chan's cultivation. The stronger the cultivation, the further the perception distance. This divine power was amazing. No wonder Ren Chan had a high status in everyone's hearts. After that, they began to wait in the forest. Lu Ming was not idle either. He was comprehending the laws at the side with peace of mind. Now he had 3 types of laws, the death law, the devouring law, and the array Dao law. He had already reached the 3rd realm. As for the laws of chaos, which was the first law that Lu Ming had comprehended, he was very close to the 3rd realm. Lu Ming was fully focused on comprehending the chaos laws. As long as he had a breakthrough in the chaos laws, his combat strength would increase exponentially. This wait lasted for 3 months. I'm about to break through. One day, Lu Ming was cultivating when he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He felt that it was finally time for him to make a breakthrough in the laws of chaos. Lu Ming was fully immersed in it, with no other thoughts in his mind. Boom. Soon Lu Ming's aura grew and he broke through to the 3rd realm in the laws of chaos. Around them, Ren Chan and the others looked at Lu Ming and exclaimed in admiration. During this period of time, they already knew that Lu Ming had mastered 3 ultimate maxims. In the beginning, they were shocked beyond doubt. Even now, when they saw Lu Ming cultivating, they still sighed. Lu Ming is probably an unrivaled genius in the Tai Ching heaven. It's a pity that he's in the 10,000 spirit heaven. If he could grow up in the Tai Ching heaven, he might become an unrivaled powerhouse in the future. Someone sighed. Indeed. The others nodded in agreement. Now that Lu Ming was stranded in the 10,000 spirit realm, he lacked resources and could not go back. It was hard to say what his future would be like. And Ren Chan. Many people looked at Ren Chan. Ren Chan's talent was also rare in the world. Although their entire small world had concentrated resources to cultivate Ren Chan, the resources were limited under such conditions. Even so, Ren Chan had achieved so much. If he were in the Taiching heavenly region, he would probably have achieved even more. After a while, Lu Ming ended his cultivation and opened his eyes. My current combat strength should have reached rank 15 True Emperor. Lu Ming was measuring his combat strength. Previously, his battle power was at rank 14 True Emperor, and the laws of chaos were no small matter. Once he broke through, his battle power increased greatly. Lu Ming's combat strength had reached the 15th level of the True Emperor realm. With Lu Ming's current combat strength and the Fallen Star Bow, he was not afraid of any opponent unless he encountered a rank 18 True Emperor. Chapter 2291 Attacking the Minyu. TED by BXN0VL. Siamikronem. They continued to wait, and in the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. The Emperor has left. Ren Chan suddenly shouted, extremely excited. They had waited for more than 3 months before the great Emperor finally left. Only one Emperor left? Someone asked. That's right, only the great Emperor left. Ren Chan nodded. That's not bad. The other party has 1 rank 18 True Emperor and 2 rank 17 True Emperors. However, we have 1 rank 18 True Emperor and 3 rank 17 True Emperors. It's enough to suppress them. A white-haired old man said. This white-haired elder was the strongest among them. He was a level 18 True Emperor, which was already at the peak. In addition, there were 3 rank 17 powerhouses among them. Let's make our move later. 111 Deal with the opponent with a rank 18 True Emperor battle strength. We'll also have to block the other 2 with rank 17 True Emperor battle strength. We'll have 1 more rank 17 True Emperor battle strength to assist the others and kill the other alien races. Then, we'll work together to kill the 3 strongest people on the other side. The white-haired old man explained the strategy. Everyone nodded. This strategy was the best one at the moment. However, to be on the safe side, they didn't make a move immediately. Instead, they waited for a while to prevent the other party from returning. After a few hours, they would make their move after confirming that the emperor had really left. They concealed their auras and rushed toward the mine from the forest. Not long after, they arrived near the mine. There were two outsiders guarding the mine. They were both in the true emperor realm, but their combat strength was not high. They were killed by the white-haired elder in one move. Charge in! The white-haired old man growled, and they rushed into the mine. It's a fish that escaped the net from the heaven realm. Kill! As soon as they rushed in, they were discovered by the alien races. They roared like thunder, and dozens of alien races rushed out from all over the mine. There were more than 50 of them, double their numbers. Kill! Ants from the heaven realm. Die! A purple-colored alien exuded a terrifying aura as he charged toward them. This was a rank 18 true emperor powerhouse. Leave it to me. The white-haired old man rushed over and began to fight with this person. The two of them had similar combat strength, and it was difficult to tell who was stronger. At the same time, the two rank 17 true emperors from the foreign race were also blocked by the two from their side. On their side, there was an additional level 17 true emperor. Although they had fewer people, they were all elites, and their combat strength was obviously stronger. Kill! Lu Ming also rushed over. A long spear condensed in his hand. With a thrust of the spear, an alien race member with the combat power of a rank 13 true emperor was killed. Lu Ming realized that among these alien races, only a few of them had purple scales. Most of them were ordinary evil god races with black scales. This was normal. The purple-scaled evil god tribe was a noble of the evil god tribe, so they naturally didn't have that many. They could only see so much outside the battlefield of Two World City. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming's bravery was unrivaled. After killing two alien races in a row, he was finally targeted by an alien race powerhouse. This person was in existence with the battle power of a rank 15 true emperor. The alien roared and charged at Lu Ming. Kill! The 6 feathered wings on Lu Ming's back flapped, and he charged at the alien as well. Boom! The two of them used their killing moves and clashed together. Then, the two of them quickly retreated. The difference was that the other party spat out a large mouthful of blood, and a large hole was blasted in his body. He was severely injured, while Lu Ming only suffered light injuries. They were of the same combat strength, but Lu Ming had the indestructible golden body and shocking defensive power. The other party's attack could only cause him minor injuries, while he could easily injure the other party. Kill! Lu Ming continued to attack the man. The two of them exchanged a few more moves, and the man died on the spot after his head was pierced by Lu Ming's spear. Lu Ming had the absolute advantage in terms of combat strength. Of course, having the same combat strength did not mean that they were of the same cultivation realm. In fact, the other party's cultivation realm was much higher than Lu Ming's. However, Lu Ming's combat strength was strong and he could fight above his level. Hence, his combat strength was the same. At this moment, Lu Ming's team had an absolute advantage. They were all elites with powerful combat strength. Although the other side had more people, their combat strength was not as strong as theirs. At this moment, more than 20 people had been killed. Especially that rank 17 true emperor expert. He was unrivaled and killed everyone. They were about to achieve victory according to their plan. Right at this moment, a loud boom was heard from one of the mines. Then 2 burly foreign beings rushed out. Damn remnants of the heavenly realm, kill! The 2 demonic humans bellowed in rage. They soared into the sky and charged toward Lu Ming and the others. Bang! All! On Lu Ming's side, 2 powerhouses were sent flying. One of them spat out a large mouthful of blood while the other one, who was slightly weaker, was killed immediately. Not good. There are 2 level 17 true emperor experts. They were in the depths of the mine. There were no plants, so I couldn't find them. Ren Chan exclaimed. Not good. The others were also shocked. The other side had 2 more rank 17 true emperors. This way, their high-end combat power was at a disadvantage and they were about to lose. Heaven Realm's remnant die. The 2 alien races roared and charged at Lu Ming and the rest. I'll block them. The rank 17 true Emperor expert charged toward the two foreign races. However, he was fighting 1 against 2 and was not a match for them at all. After a few moves, he was injured. This wasn't a match in cultivation level, but a match in battle prowess. If one's battle prowess was equal, then they would be evenly matched. It would be difficult to determine who was stronger. It would be 1 against 2, so naturally one would be no match. What do we do? What do we do? Renchan and the others were extremely anxious. Their small worlds didn't have many people to begin with, and they didn't have many experts either. The death of even one was a huge loss. Leave it to me. Let's go, Lu Ming said. He rushed over and the fallen star bow appeared in his hands. Buzz. Lu Ming pulled the bowstring and the fallen star bow trembled slightly. The power of the law and the power of the world poured into the fallen star bow madly. A 9-colored arrow was shot at one of the rank 17 true Emperor alien race. Buzz. The alien waved his axe and chopped at the arrow. Boom. With a violent boom, the alien's battle axe shook and cracks appeared on it. The alien couldn't hold the battle axe, and it flew out of his hand. He was also sent flying backward and spat out blood. He was severely injured. Before Lu Ming's Chaos Law had a breakthrough, his combat strength was at the level of a rank 14 true Emperor. When he used the fallen star bow, he would be blocked by a rank 17 true Emperor. However, now that Lu Ming had made a breakthrough in his Chaos Laws, the power of the fallen star bow had increased by a large margin. A rank 17 true Emperor could not withstand it at all, and was severely injured by Lu Ming's arrow. Whoosh. Then Lu Ming shot another arrow at the heavily injured alien. This time, the other party could no longer resist, and was shot to death in the air by Lu Ming. Alright, Renchan and the others were ecstatic. Chapter 2291 Kill Them One by One. Twilight Land U. Ted by BXN0VL. Xiaomicron M. Renchan, and the rest were overjoyed. They did not expect Lu Ming to be so powerful that he could kill a rank 17 true Emperor. This way, they could completely turn the tide of the battle. The other alien races were also shocked. At this moment, Lu Ming pulled the bowstring for the 3rd time. An arrow was shot at another true Emperor rank 17 alien. Boom. This alien had been severely injured by an arrow. How could the expert who had fought with him miss such an opportunity? He rushed over and killed the other party with 1 strike. The 2 rank 17 true Emperor aliens were instantly killed. Then Lu Ming charged towards the remaining alien race members who had the combat power of a rank 17 true Emperor. Every time Lu Ming drew an arrow, the other party would be severely injured, and then killed by his opponent. By the time Lu Ming shot the 5th arrow, all of the opponents who had the combat power of a rank 17 true Emperor had already died. On Lu Ming's side, the 3 rank 17 true Emperor powerhouses freed up their hands to kill the remaining alien races. With the addition of the 3 rank 17 true Emperors, the battle was completely one-sided. Not long after, the remaining alien race members were all killed. Only the rank 18 true Emperor alien race member was still fighting the white-haired elder. Damn it! The true Emperor rank 18 alien roared and glared at Lu Ming with hatred. It was all because of Lu Ming that the battle had ended up in such a state. However, Lu Ming's arrow was the only reply he got. Whoosh. A 9-colored arrow with a long tail shot toward the alien. Bang. The foreign being struck out with all his might and blocked the 9-colored arrow. But his body also trembled violently, revealing a flaw. The white-haired old man seized the opportunity and injured his opponent with 1 move. Let's attack together. At the same time, the others also made their moves. More than 20 attacks were launched at the other party. The alien was exhausted and retreated. During this time, Lu Ming shot 2 more arrows. The 2 arrows were shot out in succession, shocking the other party and causing him to block them repeatedly. In this way, he was no match for the white-haired old man at all. He was hit by the white-haired old man's killing moves and finally killed by the white-haired old man with an unwilling cry. At this point, all the alien races in the mine had been killed. Lu Ming this time, it's all thanks to you. Renchan and the rest came over to thank Lu Ming. This time, if it were not for Lu Ming, they would be in danger. Even if they could escape, they would suffer heavy losses, let alone obtain the rough stone. Since we've come here together, 111 naturally do my best. Lu Ming smiled and heaved a long sigh. He kept the fallen star bow, and took out a pile of raw gemstones to devour and absorb. Shooting 7 arrows in a row just now had consumed a lot of Lu Ming's energy. He needed to replenish his world energy. I'll be here to keep a lookout for you. You guys go and collect the raw stones. Ren Chan said to the others. The others nodded and entered the various parts of the mine to collect raw stones. Ren Chan, on the other hand, used his supernatural power to observe the surrounding movements through the plants. Lu Ming sat cross-legged at the side, absorbing the rough stone to restore his cultivation. A few hours later, Lu Ming had already recovered to his peak. However, he did not go to dig for the raw gemstones. He still had a large number of raw gemstones. It was enough for Lu Ming to use for decades. Lu Ming sat at the side and waited. After a few days, the group finally ended their excavation. This time, they had gained quite a lot, enough to replenish their energy for a period of time. They had to leave now. The longer they stayed, the more dangerous it would be. If the other side sent a great emperor, they would all die. The group of people left this place and ran along the mountain forest, rushing towards the small world where they lived. With Ren Chan, who could sense them, they were very safe and could avoid the alien races perfectly. However, they didn't dare to increase their speed recklessly. Just like that, after more than half a month of traveling, they finally arrived near the small world where Ren Chan and the others lived. In front of them were mountains, but there was no vegetation. It looked dead silent, and gray fog filled the air, making visibility extremely low. This is the Land of Dusk, one of the 3 forbidden lands of 10,000 spirit heavenly domain. It's the first of the 3 forbidden lands, known as the Land of Dusk for all living beings. It's full of terrifying energy and very dangerous. Ren Chan explained. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He understood that the entrance to the small world where Ren Chan and the rest lived should be in the Land of Dusk. Are there no foreign races here? Lu Ming asked. Yes, of course there is. Ren Chan said. The Land of 10,000 Spirits' 3 forbidden areas have long been targeted by the alien races. The other 2 have already been conquered by the alien races. Only the Land of Dusk has not been conquered yet. The Land of Dusk is full of terrifying energy. The alien races have attacked it many times and suffered a great loss. Our small world's entrance is only on the periphery of the Land of Dusk. We don't dare to go in because it's very dangerous. You have to follow us closely later. They concealed their auras and carefully entered the Land of Dusk. This was because there were alien races wandering around nearby. They couldn't let the alien races find the entrance to the small world. Otherwise, the consequences would be severe. The alien races wouldn't let them go. After entering the Land of Dusk, their speed slowed down. The white-haired elder walked in front, and the others followed the path he had taken. This region was filled with mountains, and there was a terrifying pressure. Anyone who looked at it would feel a strong sense of danger. The terrain here naturally formed all kinds of terrifying field energy. The more core the Land of Dusk was, the more terrifying and dangerous the field energy was. They advanced carefully. After a few hours, they finally entered an underground crack, entered an underground river, and went through the river to an underground cave. There was a pitch-black vortex here. The entrance to the small world was right here. It was extremely well hidden, so it was no wonder that the foreign races had never found it after so many years. They stepped into the vortex. In the next moment, Lu Ming and the rest arrived in a mountain range. We're here, let's go to the city. Ren Chan smiled, and the group flew forward. This small world was extremely huge and had a wide area. After flying for a while, they arrived at a huge city. There were many people and divine beasts in this small world. After all, it was a small world. After so many years of reproduction, there were naturally many of them. Therefore, cultivation resources became scarce and the supply could not meet the demand. After they arrived at the city, Ren Chan arranged a place for Lu Ming to stay. Lu Ming settled down here with peace of mind. Since he had come, he would take it. Now Lu Ming could only cultivate while looking for a way to return to the Tai Ching heaven. Or when his cultivation was strong enough, he could just kill his way back. But that would be many years later. A few days later, the higher-ups of the small world invited Lu Ming to ask him some questions. Lu Ming had come from the Taiqing heavenly region. This matter had alarmed some of the powerhouses in the small world. They asked about the current situation in the Taiqing heavenly region, and how Lu Ming had come. Wanling Mountain. The higher-ups of the small world all wanted to know how to get to the Taiqing heavenly region. This was not a solution. The cultivation resources in this small world were getting less and less, and it was difficult for strong cultivators to be born. If they were found by the alien races, they would be destroyed sooner or later. The best plan was to go to the Taiqing heavenly region. In the ancient times, when the alien races invaded, not everyone retreated. Many didn't have time to retreat and stayed in 10,000 spirit realm. This small world was like this. Unfortunately, they did not gain anything from Lu Ming. They only knew the current situation of the Taiqing heavenly region. Next, Lu Ming stayed there and cultivated in peace. Every day, he would enter the mountain and river diagram to comprehend Tao and laws under the Path Understanding Ancient Tree. Now the Path Understanding Ancient Tree had grown to 50 meters tall, but its effect was much worse than a mature Path Understanding Ancient Tree. But it was better than nothing. However, after cultivating for a few months, Lu Ming did not make any breakthroughs in other laws. He was still at the peak of the second realm. It wasn't that easy to break through to the third realm. During this period of time, Ren Chan would look for Lu Ming to spar with him from time to time. In this small world, there was no doubt that Ren Chan was invincible among her peers. Now that Lu Ming had come, he was about the same age as her, but his combat strength was far above hers. Naturally, she would often look for Lu Ming. After a while, the two of them had become very familiar with each other. On this day, Ren Chan came to look for Lu Ming again. Lu Ming, we're planning to head out to Myriad Spirit Mountain to pick some spiritual and sacred herbs. Do you want to come along? Ren Chan said. Wanling Mountain? Lu Ming's gaze flickered. That's right. Wanling Mountain is the most famous mountain in the 10,000 spirit realm. There are countless spiritual herbs and saint herbs growing in Wanling Mountain, and it contains sacred land, which is very suitable for the growth of saint herbs and spirit herbs. The first goal of our trip is to bring back some spiritual and sacred herbs. The small world is in serious shortage of spiritual and sacred herbs. Many low-realm warriors lack them for cultivation. If the conditions allow it, we can dig up some sacred land from 10,000 Spirit Mountain. That would be the best. We can plant large amounts of spirit and sacred medicine. Ren Chan explained. All right, 111 go. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, Wanling Mountain is different from other places. Although our spirit herbs and sacred medicine are not of much use to the foreign tribes, they don't want us to get them either. Therefore, Wanling Mountain is guarded by a large number of powerhouses, which makes it very dangerous. If you don't want to go, one won't force you. Ren Chan said. It's fine. Lu Ming smiled. Lu Ming also wanted to go out and train. Otherwise, his cultivation progress would be slow. Moreover, Lu Ming had killed a large number of alien races in the True Emperor battlefield, and obtained many black crystals unique to them. Over the past few months, Lu Ming had also taken some time to let the Celestial Emperor's body absorb a large number of crystals. The energy stored in the Celestial Emperor's body had once again reached about 30%. With the Celestial Emperor's body, he had much more energy to protect himself. All right, we'll be setting off soon. Let's go together. Ren Chan smiled and followed Lu Ming to a square. There were already a few people gathered here. This time, they were going to send out many experts, even 5 great emperors. There was definitely a non-human emperor guarding Wanling Mountain. Without an emperor, there was no way to get the spirit herbs. Almost everyone's here, let's go. An old man whose hair was about to fall out said. This person was an elder of the small world, and was an expert even among great emperors. Lu Ming understood. This small world was guarded by a heavenly emperor. However, he had been in seclusion and did not come out. Therefore, the elders were the highest level. This time, an elder was leading the team with 5 great emperor realm experts as support. The rest were all true emperors, and there were more than 100 of them. This was already a very strong force. They left the exit of the pocket world, carefully left the land of dusk, and headed in one direction. 10,000 Spirit Mountain was located in the center of the land of 10,000 forests. It was the most famous holy land in the land of 10,000 spirits. It was said that the land of 10,000 spirits got its name from the 10,000 Spirit Mountain. In the ancient times, before the foreign races invaded the land of 10,000 spirits, the land of 10,000 spirits was extremely prosperous. The strongest sect in the 10,000 spirit realm, the 10,000 spirit sect, guarded the 10,000 Spirit Mountain. After that, the foreign tribes invaded, and the 1,000 Spirit sect was destroyed. All the experts were killed, and the 1,000 Spirit Mountain was occupied by the foreign tribes. They advanced very carefully, and along the way, they didn't encounter any foreign races. According to Ren Chan, the number of alien races in the 10,000 Spirit Heavenly region had suddenly decreased significantly in the past 10 years. That was why they dared to come out and obtain resources. In the past, they wouldn't have dared to set their eyes on Wanling Mountain. As the number one holy land in the 10,000 Spirit Heavenly domain, there were a large number of alien overlords stationed there. However, in recent years, the number of alien races on Wanling Mountain had decreased significantly, and most of them had retreated. Is it because of the attack on the Taiqing Heavenly region? Lu Ming made a guess. There were two battlefields in the Taiqing Heavenly region, and they had both been attacked by the alien races in the past 10 years. Perhaps the alien races had transferred the powerful beings from other heavenly regions to the battlefield of the Taiqing Heavenly region, which was why the number of them had decreased. This was very possible. It took them more than half a month to get to Wanling Mountain. In front of them, there were many majestic mountains that reached into the clouds. However, there was one mountain that was the most majestic. It was like a flock of cranes among the mountains. That was Wanling Mountain. The original qi here was so dense that it had already turned into mist. Renchan, check it out. The doyen instructed. Renchan nodded and began to investigate through the flowers and trees. Not long after, Renchan finished his investigation and said, 4 of them are extremely powerful. They should be great emperors. 4 great emperors? Good. The doyen revealed a look of joy and said, wait a moment. Well, attack and hold back the enemy's great emperor. You guys take the opportunity to rush in and harvest the sacred medicine. It would be best if you can dig up some sacred land. After the doyen gave his instructions, he looked at the other 4 great emperors and nodded silently before rushing out together. 5 great emperor realm experts rushed towards Wanling Mountain. Their terrifying auras immediately alarmed the non-humans. Buzz, 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 buzz. 4 beams of light immediately shot out of Wanling Mountain. They were all great emperors, and they fought intensely with the 5 founding elders. Let's go, someone said. They rushed toward Wanling Mountain at top speed. When they got close to Wanling Mountain, they split up into groups of a few. They split up and entered Wanling Mountain to pick spiritual and sacred herbs. Then they would meet up outside. Their main goal this time was to step on the spiritual and sacred herbs, not to fight with the other party. More than 50 people were divided into more than a dozen groups and rushed toward Wanling Mountain in different directions. Lu Ming, Renchan, and a few other people formed a team. They followed the forest and rushed towards Wanling Mountain. Boom, boom. Not long after, they heard violent rumbles from other directions. It was clear that someone had encountered an alien race, and a great battle had broken out. 5-colored soil in the other directions. They had already encountered the evil god tribe, and a fierce battle had begun. However, they had Renchan, who could sense the aura of the enemy through the grass and trees. Therefore, they had avoided the evil god tribe perfectly. Not long after, they successfully entered the depths of Wanling Mountain. Here, the origin qi was extremely rich, and the grass was as green as a blanket. Spirit herbs and saint herbs could be seen from time to time. Quickly pick them. Come on. Renchan shouted. The few of them moved and picked all the spiritual and saint herbs in a flash, not letting a single one go. There were too many spirit herbs and saint herbs here, and the medicinal fragrance was so strong that it couldn't be dispersed. There were spirit herbs and saint herbs every few steps. That's All of a sudden, Lu Ming saw a herb that was crystal clear and shimmering. Its medicinal fragrance was much stronger than other spirit herbs and sacred herbs. This is an emperor's medicine. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He didn't expect to see the emperor's medicine before he even reached the main peak of Wanling Mountain. Spiritual medicine was very useful for those below the martial saint realm. As for the emperor's medicine, as its name suggested, it was for martial emperors. In fact, the path understanding ancient tree was also a kind of emperor's medicine, a top emperor's medicine. Lu Ming rushed over and condensed the world energy into a shovel. He dug out the emperor's medicine and kept it. Buzz, buzz. Their speed was shocking. Wherever they went, all the spirit herbs, saint herbs, and emperor herbs were dug up. This was a rare opportunity. It was rare for the number of alien races to decrease. If the number of alien races increased in the future, there would be no such opportunity. Therefore, he naturally had to take the opportunity to dig up more medicinal herbs. In just a short while, Lu Ming had dug up hundreds of medicinal herbs of different levels. He had even dug up 3 emperors' medicine. At this moment, the 3 of them had arrived at the real Wanling Mountain. There's sacred land in Wanling Mountain. That's the most precious. Let's dig. The eyes of Ren Chan and the others lit up. The power of the world turned into hose and they dug into the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The hard rock was broken and soon, they lifted the rock on the surface of Wanling Mountain. Suddenly a 5-colored light filled the air. Lu Ming's eyes widened. There was a type of soil under the rocks of Wanling Mountain. It was a soil with 5 colors. This kind of soil was like mud. It was not hard and looked very soft. It could even flow. Do it! Ren Chan and the others condensed the power of the world into large hands and grabbed at the 5-colored soil. However, they could only grab a small piece each time. It's so troublesome. Can't you just take it away? Lu Ming took out a storage ring, wanting to take away the entire myriad spirit mountain. However, it was of no use. Then Lu Ming wanted to put the 5-colored soil in, but it was useless. Lu Ming, it's useless. This kind of sacred land can't be taken away at all. It's useless even if we use the small world. We can only dig it out bit by bit. Ren Chan informed. Lu Ming was helpless. Following that, he condensed a huge hand with the power of the world and grabbed down. However, the 5-colored soil seemed to be a single entity and was extremely viscous. He couldn't grab it at all. Every time, he could only grab a little bit. Compared to the huge Wanling Mountain, it was only a drop in the ocean. This is too slow. Even if we dig for a few days, we won't be able to dig up much 5-colored soil. One wonder if it'll work if we use the path understanding ancient tree? Lu Ming sighed. Then his eyes lit up. This 5-colored soil had a shockingly strong spiritual nature. All the spirit herbs, saint herbs, and emperor herbs near the myriad spirit mountain were produced because of this 5-colored soil. If Lu Ming had a large amount of 5-colored soil, his path understanding ancient tree would definitely grow rapidly. The few of them made use of the time and dug at high speed. But not long after, they were still discovered by the alien races. It's the remnants of the heaven realm kill. More than a dozen alien races charged toward Lu Ming and the rest. Their auras were very frightening. Ren Chan and the others were about to fight. Leave these alien races to me. Allure them away. You guys continue digging the 5-colored soil and medicinal herbs. After Lu Ming finished speaking, he rushed toward the foreign tribe members. The infinite dragon spear in his hand condensed and he killed them. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming thrust out a few spear gleams in succession, shattering the void and attacking the alien race. Among the alien races, there was an extremely burly alien. He wielded a huge mace and blocked Lu Ming's spear radiance. Rank 17 True Emperor Battle Power. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The strongest of these alien races had the combat power of a rank 17 True Emperor, which was very powerful. Lu Ming did not fight them head-on. Instead, he flapped his 6-feathered divine wings. Like a phantom, Lu Ming bypassed the alien race and attacked the other alien races. Whoosh! A ray of spear light flashed and a rank 12 True Emperor alien was killed by Lu Ming. Then, with a sweep of the long spear, a rank 14 True Emperor alien was sent flying. His body almost exploded, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. You're looking for death. The true emperor rank 17 alien was furious. Lu Ming actually dared to kill his people right under his nose. He was simply courting death. He had no time to care about Ren Chan and the others. He was bent on killing Lu Ming. He charged at Lu Ming, but Lu Ming turned around and fled in another direction. Chase! The leader of the alien races roared, and led the other alien races in a mad pursuit of Lu Ming. With Lu Ming's current abilities, he was still slightly faster than a rank 17 true Emperor alien when he used the 6-feathered divine wings. However, Lu Ming was not in a hurry to shake off his opponent. Instead, he slowed down on purpose so that his opponent felt that he could catch up to him. Therefore, the alien races did not let Lu Ming go. In the blink of an eye, they came to the other direction of Wanling Mountain. This is the place. Lu Ming suddenly stopped. Brat, you know you can't escape now, go to hell. The alien races charged toward Lu Ming. I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming took out the fallen star bow and shot an arrow. Bang! The rank 17 true Emperor alien was severely injured. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes were filled with fear. Then Lu Ming shot another arrow and killed the alien. Whoosh! Whoosh! Then he shot 2 more arrows and killed 2 more rank 16 true Emperor alien cultivators. The remaining alien races were shocked and wanted to escape. Lu Ming put away the fallen star bow and cast the 6-feathered divine wings to give chase. The strongest of the remaining alien races were only at level 15 true Emperor. They were no match for Lu Ming. They wanted to escape, but they were not as fast as Lu Ming. Soon, all the alien races were killed by Lu Ming. With a wave of his hand, he put away all the alien races' storage rings and crystal cores. Lu Ming landed on Wanling Mountain and chose a spot to break open the rock, revealing the 5-colored soil inside. Let's take a look at the path understanding ancient tree. Lu Ming had an idea and entered the mountain and river diagram. The path understanding ancient tree was rooted on one of the mountain peaks in the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming crushed the mountain and pulled the path understanding ancient tree out. Lu Ming's figure reappeared on Wanling Mountain. He placed the path understanding ancient tree into the 5-colored soil. A sudden change occurred. Chapter 2294 Planting a Small World. When Lu Ming placed the path understanding ancient tree on the 5-colored soil, a shocking scene happened. The roots of the path understanding ancient tree grew wildly and burrowed into the 5-colored soil. The roots were growing too fast. Some of them burrowed into the soil while others grew outside. They followed the 5-colored soil and wrapped it up. At this moment, the path understanding ancient tree started to grow crazily. Its leaves stretched out, and its branches grew longer and thicker. The entire path understanding ancient tree was growing at an extremely fast speed. The path understanding ancient tree was 50 meters tall. Soon it grew to 60 meters, 65 meters, 70 meters. Lu Ming was overjoyed. It was indeed a sacred land. The effect of nurturing plants was amazing. Lu Ming had cultivated the path understanding ancient tree for decades and spent a lot of resources to grow it to 50 meters tall. However, it had grown to nearly 50 meters in just a short while. The roots were growing crazily, as if they were going to wrap up all the 5-colored soil. After a while, the height of the path understanding ancient tree had grown to an astonishing height of 100 meters. At this moment, there was a flash of light in the distance. An expert had arrived. Collect. Lu Ming hugged the path understanding ancient tree and used the small world's power to envelop the path understanding ancient tree. Boom, boom, boom. The path understanding ancient tree was pulled up, and it headed toward Lu Ming's small world. The roots were like countless claws, grabbing onto the 5-colored soil and moving towards the small world. Boom, boom, boom. About 1/10 of the 5-colored soil on the entire 1,000-spirit mountain was taken by the path understanding ancient tree into Lu Ming's small world. There was an unknown amount of 5-colored soil. There was too much of it. If they were to dig slowly, they did not know how long it would take. I've earned it this time. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He did not know how many herbs he could cultivate with so much 5-colored soil. Furthermore, the path understanding ancient tree did not need to purchase any spiritual liquid to water it anymore. With so much five-colored soil, it would be enough. Its growth speed would definitely be shocking. Human die. From afar, a loud roar could be heard. Some alien races were rushing towards them. Lu Ming used his 6 feathered wings and left the place in a flash. Not long after, Lu Ming shook off the alien races and entered Wanling Mountain. He picked spiritual herbs, sacred herbs, and emperor's herbs madly. They had agreed that they would leave this place in 2 hours and meet up at the corresponding location. Lu Ming continued to harvest and harvested at least thousands of medicinal herbs of various grades. At this moment he ran into Ren Chan and the others, who were being chased by a few alien races. Lu Ming took out the fallen star bow and killed them. Then, they continued to harvest the herbs. Soon, 2 hours were almost up. They could only give up and rush out of Wanling Mountain. With Ren Chan's senses, they only encountered a wave of alien races along the way, but they avoided them. They flew all the way and soon came to a hidden mountain pass. This was the place they had agreed to meet up at. However, they were the first to arrive, and the others had not yet arrived. I wonder how the others are doing? Ren Chan was a little worried. Not long after, a group of 4 people arrived. However, all of them were injured to varying degrees. As soon as they arrived, they began to circulate their internal energy to heal their injuries. Not long after, more and more people came. Half an hour later, only about 30 people arrived. When they had arrived, there had been more than 50 people. But now, only about 30 people had returned. This made everyone's expression turn ugly. Most of the people who didn't come were already dead. Buzz. And MBSB whoosh. The void moved and 5 figures appeared. They were the Doyens and the other 4 great emperors. Let's go back. The elder instructed. Grand Elder, where are the others? Should we wait a little longer? Someone said. No need to wait, let's go. The Doyen sighed. The others all revealed a trace of grief. From what the Grand Elder meant, the others were most likely dead. They were helpless. Now that the alien tribes had occupied the entire myriad forest heavenly region, they were like turtles in a jar, hiding all day and facing danger at any time. They didn't know when they would fall into the hands of the alien tribes. It would be great if he could go to the Taiching heaven. Some people sighed. The news of the attack on Thousand Spirit Mountain spread quickly. The alien races in the Thousand Spirit realm were shocked, and they were hunting for Lu Ming and the rest everywhere. Along the way, they were careful and avoided the alien races with the help of Ren Chan's senses. They returned to the small world after more than 10 days. After returning to the small world, they would hand over the spirit herbs and 5-colored soil they picked to the elders of the small world for them to distribute. Lu Ming also handed in some. However, Lu Ming only handed over a little bit of the 5-colored soil. He handed over 80% of the spiritual herbs, sacred herbs, emperor's medicine, and the rest. He kept a few hundred for himself and planned to plant them in the small world. Brother Lu Ming, you can keep your spirit herbs and sacred herbs for yourself. One of the elders smiled. After all, Lu Ming was not from this small world. They were already very grateful that he went on an adventure with them. It's fine. I don't have much use for these spiritual herbs and sacred medicines. Elder, one want to collect some spiritual herb seeds or plant seeds? Lu Ming smiled. Alright, I'll send it to you in 2 days. The elder said. After that, Lu Ming returned to his residence. As soon as he entered, a body condensed in his small world with a single thought. This was not Lu Ming's actual body, but a body condensed from the power of the soul. In Lu Ming's own small world, he was a god who could control everything. This was because he was in control of the laws in this small world. When the power of the soul was condensed in his own small world, it was no different from a physical body. Lu Ming took a step forward and came to a plain. The plain was vast, and the path understanding ancient tree was rooted here. Under its roots was colorless soil. In a dozen days, the path understanding ancient tree had grown a lot taller. Of course, it did not grow as fast as when he had first obtained the 5-colored soil. It had already stabilized. However, the height of the path understanding ancient tree had still reached 200 meters. The leaf was crystal clear and resplendent, and the aura of the great Tao lingered around it. It was much faster to comprehend the Tao here than outside. Lu Ming dug out some colorless congealed soil from under the path understanding ancient tree and placed it in other places. Then, he planted the remaining hundreds of sacred and spiritual herbs everywhere. A newly formed small world had no living beings or vegetation, and it needed to be added by itself. At the Great Emperor realm, one could create living beings, but that would take a long time. Adding on one's own was the fastest. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. 3 days later, the founding elders sent people to deliver all kinds of spirit herbs and plant seeds. Lu Ming scattered these seeds all over the small world. After some time, these seeds would take root and sprout. The small world would then be full of vitality. Next, Lu Ming began to cultivate. Chapter 2294 The alien races are here. Cultivation knew no time, and time flew by quickly. Lu Ming cultivated in this small world. Sometimes he would spar with Renchan. Sometimes he would go out with them to obtain resources. Very quickly, 2 years had passed. In the first year, Lu Ming, Renchan, and the rest went out often. In the second year, they rarely went out. In the second year, the number of alien races in 10,000 spirit heavenly region had increased again, and there were many more masters. Lu Ming guessed that the alien races had stopped attacking the Tai Ching heaven and had retreated. Moreover, during this time, there were many more foreign races in the Land of Dusk. In the entire 10,000 spirit heavenly domain, only the Land of Dusk hadn't been conquered yet. Obviously, the alien races were very curious about this area and had sent a large number of masters to conquer it. During this period of time, the foreign races had been attacking the Land of Dusk. The entire Land of Dusk was rumbling. The foreign races were bombarding the ground and destroying the structure of the earth. They wanted to destroy the field energy here. After paying a price, the structure of the Land of Dusk had indeed been destroyed by the foreign races, and a safe path had been forcibly opened up. The people in the small world were also paying close attention and sending people to inquire about the situation outside. This was because it concerned their survival and safety. If the Land of Dusk was completely conquered by the foreign races, their small world would probably be found by the foreign races as well. Not long after, a shocking piece of news came. The alien races fought deep into the Land of Dusk, but they were attacked by a terrifying force. In the depths of the Land of Dusk, a terrifying creature had awakened and was attacking the alien races. A terrifying battle had begun. That day, a thunderous roar came from the depths of the Land of Dusk, as if a giant beast had awakened. In that battle, the alien race suffered a great loss. A large number of powerhouses died inside. It was said that a heavenly emperor realm powerhouse was killed and fell inside. The alien race retreated from the depths of the Land of Dusk in defeat. Renchan, Lu Ming, and the rest were also extremely shocked when they heard that. What exactly was in the depths of the Land of Dusk? Even a heavenly emperor had fallen in there. It was too shocking. I'm still not strong enough. One need to continue increasing my combat strength, Lu Ming muttered. He condensed his body with his soul and entered his own small world. He went to the path understanding ancient tree to comprehend the laws. One did not need a physical body to comprehend the laws. One's soul could still comprehend them. Right now, his main focus was to comprehend the life law. In the past 2 years, he had only broken through to the 3rd level in one of his artifact Tao laws. He had also refined all the remaining chaos gems and raised his cultivation to the peak of a 4-star true emperor. As for the laws of life, he was also on the verge of breaking through. This was because he was able to comprehend the indestructible ancient scroll, the life laws, and the laws of craftsmanship faster than the other laws. The cultivation this time went very smoothly. His life law had already reached the limit of a breakthrough. A few days later, Lu Ming successfully broke through and his life law broke through to the 3rd level. In this way, Lu Ming's 3 ultimate maxims had all reached the 3rd realm. In addition, the law of devouring, the law of craftsmanship, and the law of array Tao were all at the 3rd realm. Only the laws of alchemy, the laws of extremity, and the laws of penetration were still at the 2nd realm. In addition to Lu Ming's peak 4-star true emperor cultivation base, his current combat strength had already reached the limit of a rank 17 true emperor. As long as he had one more law, or his cultivation broke through to become a 5-star true emperor, his battle prowess would reach level 18 true emperor. The fighting power of a rank 18 true emperor was known as the fighting power of a peak true emperor. Not everyone could reach that level. It had a strict rule, which was to master an ultimate law and 8 king path laws. One had to cultivate all of them to the 3rd realm, and reach the peak of 7-star true emperor. Only such a person had the combat power of a rank 18 true emperor. On the other hand, those who had not mastered an ultimate maxim would not have the battle power of a rank 18 true emperor, even if they cultivated it to the peak. At most, they would only have the battle power of a rank 17 true emperor. Some of them could only reach rank 16 true emperor at most. This was also the reason why Lu Ming rarely encountered a rank 18 true emperor. One of the reasons was that most of the rank 18 true emperors were in seclusion to break through to the great emperor realm. The other reason was that they were rare. As for Lu Ming, he had yet to reach the peak of his cultivation and laws, but he was about to reach the combat power of a rank 18 true emperor. If his cultivation and laws were both at the peak, his combat power would be unimaginably strong. Of course, it didn't mean that one couldn't break through to the great emperor realm without reaching the fighting power of a rank 18 true emperor. Many people who didn't master an ultimate law could still break through to the great emperor realm if they had 9 types of laws at the peak. They only needed 1 type of king path law. That's right. To break through to the great emperor realm, one had to master at least 1 king path law out of the 9 laws. This was also why the king body had the potential to become a great emperor. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Lu Ming ended his cultivation and pondered, there was a sudden tremor. It was as if the entire world was shaking. What's going on? Lu Ming's expression changed. Boom, boom, boom. The entire world was shaking more and more violently. The small world is under attack. Gather, everyone gather. A voice spread to every corner. Lu Ming's expression changed. Could it be that the alien race had found this small world? Buzz. And MBSB whoosh. In the huge city, countless figures rose into the air and gathered outside the city wall. Lu Ming also flew over and saw Ren Chan and the rest. Everyone's expression was extremely ugly and heavy. They looked in the direction of the small world's exit. The violent shaking was coming from that direction. Buzz. And MBSB whoosh. From that direction, beams of light flew over. They were the experts guarding the exit. At this moment they were all panicking. The alien races are attacking. Someone shouted. Many people's faces turned pale. They thought of the rumors that wherever the alien race passed, they would leave no one alive. How is that possible? How could the alien races find the entrance to the small world? Someone shouted. It had been so many years, and the alien races hadn't been able to find the entrance to their small world. How did they find it now? No matter what, prepare to face the enemy. An old man with almost all his hair gone stood at the front and spoke. He was an elder of the small world. There were a total of 5 elders in the small world, and they were all extremely powerful great emperors. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, deafening rumbles came from the front. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were marching in the air, causing the void to tremble. Then, a mass of dark clouds rushed over. It was not a dark cloud, but a foreign race. Countless alien races rode on all kinds of beasts and roared as they charged over. The remnants of the heaven realm, kill them all, leave no one alive. The alien races roared, and the alien beasts roared. They waved their weapons and charged over. Let's kill our way out, kill. An elder shouted. All the experts in this small world gathered and charged toward the alien race. Lu Ming, Ren Chan, and the rest followed the crowd and charged out. The 2 sides clashed. The first to be hit were the great emperors from both sides. When they collided, terrifying shockwaves erupted as they fought fiercely. Chapter 2296 Intense Battle Kill. A long spear materialized in Lu Ming's hand. He thrust the spear forward and its radiance burst forth. In an instant, more than 10 alien races were killed by Lu Ming. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, he was almost unrivaled among the true emperors. Even if he encountered a rank 18 true emperor, he could defeat them with the help of the profoundness of the indestructible ancient scroll. Therefore Lu Ming seemed to have entered a no-man's land. He did not put up any defense at all, and attacked with all his might, killing the alien races one after another. Wherever Lu Ming passed, the alien races fell to the ground like raindrops. However, there were too many alien races. They were much more in number and had more experts. Miserable shrieks rose and fell. People from the heaven realm were also constantly being killed and fallen here, especially in the battle between the great emperor realm experts. The heaven realm was at a disadvantage. Some great emperor realm experts had already fallen. The situation was extremely disadvantageous to them. Kill. A rank 18 true emperor alien had his eyes on Lu Ming and was charging towards him. Boom. Boom. The two of them collided continuously. Lu Ming disregarded his own defense and launched a frenzied attack. Lu Ming hit the other party and the other party hit Lu Ming as well. The two of them retreated while coughing blood. However, Lu Ming had the imperishable golden body and his defense was astonishing. In addition to his breakthrough in the life law, the power of the indestructible ancient scroll was even more terrifying. Lu Ming's injuries were healing continuously. Lu Ming did not care about his injuries at all. He rushed towards the other party again and fought with all his might. The alien roared and charged at Lu Ming with a ferocious expression. The two of them continued to exchange blows. After more than 10 moves, the alien was finally defeated. Lu Ming could recover quickly, but the alien could not. Kill. Lu Ming became one with the spear. He thrust his spear forward and pierced the other party's head. A rank 18 true emperor powerhouse was killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's current strength was truly at the peak of the true emperor realm. With a sweep of his world energy, he pulled the corpse into his small world. Lu Ming then used his 6-feathered divine wings to attack a non-human with the combat power of a level 17 true emperor. After a few moves, the alien was also killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure flickered. He specifically picked some top-notch true emperors to kill. For example, a level 16 true emperor, a level 17 true emperor. In this way, Ren Chan and the others could finally take a breather. Go and kill that brat. In the sky, a non-human emperor stared at Lu Ming. There were more great emperors of the non-human race, and they could easily take out some to do other things. Kill. A non-human emperor charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's pupils contracted. His current combat strength was almost invincible in the true emperor realm. However, he was no match for a great emperor. Even the weakest great emperor could kill him easily. Lu Ming planned to use the celestial thearch's physical body. Initially, there were too many foreign tribe experts and many top-notch great emperors. Even if Lu Ming used the celestial thearch's physical body, it would not be of much use to the overall situation. Therefore, Lu Ming planned to save it for critical moments. However, he had no choice but to use it now. Boom. Just as Lu Ming was about to use the celestial thearch's physical body, a terrifying and shocking pressure burst out from the depths of the small world. That was the might of the heavens, the might of the heavenly Tao, the celestial emperor. Lu Ming had a thought in his mind. It was said that there was another celestial emperor in this small world. It seemed that it was true. Forefather. The heaven realm's cultivators roared and became excited. Whoosh, whoosh. In the depths of the small world, a few sword lights shot out. Wherever the sword lights passed, the space was torn apart, leaving hideous cracks. A few sword lights were aimed at the few great emperors. One of them was the great emperor, who was about to attack Lu Ming. It's the celestial emperor. The alien expert roared as he retreated in fear. However, how could their speed compare to the celestial thearchs? They couldn't retreat at all. A few emperors of the non-human race were killed by a few sword lights. Then, a sword light flashed in the void, and an old man with white hair and a long robe appeared. This was the old ancestor of this small world, a celestial emperor, known as the Celestial Emperor Extinctive Sword. Buzz. Heavenly Emperor Extinctive Sword let out a deafening howl as a sword light burst forth from his hand. He was about to attack the non-human emperor again. However, at this moment, Celestial Emperor Zhu Jian's expression changed drastically. His sword momentum changed and turned into a brilliant and huge sword light, slashing towards the side of the void. Boom! The void exploded, and a huge hand covered in purple scales appeared. It collided with the sword light. After a shocking roar, the sword light dissipated and the big hand also shrank back. A few scales on the big hand were cut off, and a trace of blood oozed out. Then the void trembled, and a burly alien appeared in the sky. This foreign being also exuded a terrifying pressure that was not weaker than Heavenly Emperor Jujian's. He was also a powerful existence in the Heavenly Emperor realm. I didn't expect that there would be a Heavenly Emperor who slipped through the net. You can't be left alive. Today is the day of your death. The foreign Celestial Varch said coldly as he charged towards Celestial Varch Jueshian. The Celestial Emperor Extinctive Sword's body burst out with a brilliant sword light as he fought with his opponent. At the same time, a voice rang in the ears of everyone in the Heaven Realm. Don't linger in battle, charge out. The voice of the Celestial Emperor Extinctive Sword rang out. Charge! The 5 elders and the other great emperor powerhouses gathered with Lu Ming and the rest. They rushed to the front and charged out without a care for their lives. All of you stay. The outsiders roared and surrounded them, not giving them a chance. You guys go first. We must rush out. 2 of the elders roared. Their bodies emitted a brilliant radiance that burned like flames. The 2 founding elders were going all out. They burned their own origins to increase their strength and block a large number of alien experts. Doyan. Many people howled in grief. Burning one's life source would definitely exhaust one's life force, and one would die without a doubt. Charge! The elder roared. Charge out with us, kill. The remaining Doyans and Great Emperor Realm experts led everyone to charge forward. 2 elders tried their best to stop them, but they finally broke through the encirclement and rushed toward the exit of the small world. Behind them, the alien races were chasing after them at an extreme speed. In the process of running away, there were still people dying. Soon they saw the exit of the small world. At this moment, the exit of the small world had been torn open by the alien race, and the exit had expanded hundreds of times. They immediately rushed out. However, when they rushed out, their expressions became even uglier. In front of him was a dense crowd of non-humans, forming an arc that surrounded the exit of the small world. Obviously, the alien race had come prepared. Moreover, he saw 2 burly men in front of the alien tribe. They were from the Heaven Realm, and Lu Ming had seen them before. The 2 burly men looked at Lu Ming and the rest with a cold smile. Nangongkong, it's you. You betrayed the small world. You betrayed us. Someone shouted. They finally knew why the alien races had found the entrance to the small world. It was because someone had betrayed them. Chapter 2296. Charging into the depths of the Forbidden Land, everyone's eyes were filled with cold, killing intent as they stared at the 2 burly men. They had been betrayed. At this moment, the 2 burly men laughed sinisterly. Then, a layer of black light was emitted from their bodies. It twisted and 2 black shadows emerged from their bodies. Beside them, 2 figures appeared like shadows. They've been possessed. One of the elders spoke. They hadn't been betrayed. The 2 of them had been caught by a foreign race when they went out to gather information. Then they had been possessed by a foreign race and had obtained the address of the entrance to the small world. At this moment, the 2 burly men also came to their senses. When they saw Lu Ming and the rest, they instantly understood that they had been used. They had found the entrance to the small world. Oh! The 2 of them roared, and their eyes turned red. They turned around and pounced toward the alien race. It was hard for them to accept this. However, one of the Great Emperor Realm foreign beings struck out with 2 palms and killed the 2 burly men. Remnants of the Heaven Realm. You still want to escape? Kill them. Don't let a single one of them escape. One of the Great Emperor Realm foreign beings waved his hand. Instantly, the alien army charged toward Lu Ming and the rest. Charge out! One of the elders roared and charged over first. A chaotic battle broke out again. The 2 sides fought fiercely. However, the alien races came from behind. Lu Ming and the rest were no match for them at all. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Ming's eyes were bloodshot. He wielded his long spear and slaughtered his way through. The alien races were constantly killed by him. He was bathed in blood, both his and the alien races. He continued to circulate the indestructible ancient scroll, healing his injuries. He was like a killing machine that would never tire. Lu Ming had no idea how many alien races he had killed, but the number of people around him was decreasing. Ren Chan was also severely injured. If not for Lu Ming's protection, he would have died. Well, block them and let them rush out. They must rush out. One of the elders roared as his body started to burn like a flame. He burned his life source. He wasn't the only one. The other elders, including the great emperor experts, were all burning their life force. After burning his life source, his battle power had increased dramatically. They had finally torn open a hole. Get out! Ren Chan, you must survive. An elder roared. Ren Chan and Lu Ming were too talented. They could not die here. They could only rise in the future if they escaped. Young people were the hope. Grand elders, Ren Chan cried. The others were the same. The grand elders and elders were doing this to protect them. Otherwise, with their own combat strength, they would have a greater chance of getting out. At this moment, Lu Ming's nose felt a little sour. In the past 2 years, he had already blended into this small world, and had feelings for it. But now, he saw with his own eyes that the people he was familiar with were dying one by one in front of his eyes. This was a kind of sorrow. Power, power, I need unparalleled power. Lu Ming roared in his heart. If he didn't have the strength, it was foreseeable that if the Taiqing heavenly region was breached in the future, the primordial realm would not be spared either. At that time, he would not be able to protect his family, his friends, and his lover. This was something he could not accept. Charge out! An elder roared. Kill! Lu Ming, Ren Chan, and the others followed suit, roaring and charging toward the gap. Stop them! The experts of the foreign races attacked crazily, but they were blocked by the doyens. Lu Ming and the group of people charged madly towards the road. In front of them, there were a few great emperor-level figures opening the way. Along the way, there were still people dying in battle, but they were determined. Finally, they broke out of the encirclement. However, the doyens and the other great emperor realm elders had already been drowned out by the foreign races. They could no longer be seen. They knew that most of the doyens and elders would not be able to survive. Kill! In the distance, the alien races were chasing after them, and the situation was still very dangerous. Where should we go? There are alien races everywhere. No matter where we go, we will die. Many people's faces were pale. Even if they rushed out, they still had no way out. Enter the land of dusk. At that moment, Lu Ming's words were heard by everyone present. Many people could not help but look at Lu Ming. The land of dusk was the #1 forbidden area in the 10,000 spirit heavenly domain. It was full of danger, and those who went in would most likely die. Previously, a large number of foreign powerhouses had entered the depths of the land of dusk and suffered heavy losses. Even the celestial Varch had died. Wouldn't they be courting death if they went in? If we try to escape in another direction, we won't be able to escape. Sooner or later, they will catch up to us. At that time, only death will await us. Only by entering the depths of the land of dusk can we have a chance to survive. Otherwise, we won't have a chance. Lu Ming spoke with a firm voice. All right, let's do that. We don't have time. Charge into the depths of the land of dusk. Ren Chan shouted. Let's go. The remaining few emperors also made their decision and rushed into the depths of the land of dusk. Behind them, the foreign races were closing in on them. As they fled, they chased and killed, and people kept dying. Well, bring up the rear. A few great emperors came to the back to stop the alien races. The land of dusk was extremely dangerous. It was filled with terrifying killing intent. However, due to the attack of the foreign tribes, the structure of the terrain had been changed. There were traces of fighting the Wa everywhere, and the energy of the field had disappeared. They had followed the path opened up by the alien race. Otherwise, they would have died under that field energy. They charged all the way into the land of dusk. However, after charging for a while, they encountered another group of foreign races. This road was also guarded by alien races. When they saw Lu Ming and the rest, the alien races roared and charged over. There were strong enemies in front and pursuers behind. Now there was only one battle left. Charge! Lu Ming took the lead. His glabella glowed, and the celestial thearch's physical body flew out. Now he had no choice but to use the celestial emperor corporeal body. Fortunately, in the past few years, Lu Ming would store energy for the celestial thearch's body whenever he was free. Lu Ming had killed so many true Emperor Realm alien races, and obtained an astonishing amount of their crystals. They were constantly converted into energy for the Celestial Emperor's physical body. Over the past 2 years, the energy stored in Celestial Emperor's corporeal body had reached an astonishing 55%. The power of such rich energy was naturally astonishing and terrifying. Lu Ming merged into the Celestial Thearch's physical body. The Celestial Thearch's physical body held the combat sword and slashed. A large number of alien races below the Great Emperor level were instantly killed. Such a powerful puppet! Rinchan and the others were overjoyed. They had thought that the Celestial Emperor's corporeal body was a puppet. Lu Ming controlled the Celestial Thearch's physical body, and took the lead in killing. The Celestial Thearch's physical body was sturdy and immortal. Lu Ming did not care about defense at all. He only needed to charge forward and kill. Golden-furred zombie. The Celestial Emperor's corporeal body had stored 55% of the energy. When it exploded, it was truly shocking. A 1-star Great Emperor of the non-human race rushed over, and was killed by Lu Ming with a single slash. If he used 55% of his energy, it would be enough to kill a 3-star Great Emperor. Kill. Lu Ming killed his way through. With Lu Ming's divine might, the alien races in front of them were finally defeated. They rushed over. However, as they were blocked by the front and the foreign races behind them caught up, they lost a large number of people. People were dying continuously. Now they had less than 3,000 people. The number of people in the entire small world was shocking. Naturally, there were far more than 3,000 people. However, those with low cultivation levels were kept into the small worlds by the true Emperor Realm experts. However, this was also extremely dangerous. If the true Emperor was killed, everyone in the small world would die as well. So, along the way, who knew how many people and how many divine beasts had died? The numbers were endless. This was the war between the two worlds, and it was extremely cruel. When the foreign races attacked the Heaven Realm, the number of living beings that died in the Heaven Realm was uncountable. Less than 3,000 people charged into the depths of the Land of Dusk. However, after charging for a while, they encountered another group of foreign races. There was no other way. This path had been opened up by the alien races, so there were naturally alien races guarding it. However, it was even more dangerous to go anywhere else. The field energy of the Land of Dusk could kill everything. Everyone fought with all their might, bathing in blood as they charged forward. Yet another few hundred people were left here forever. Fortunately, after running into a few waves of alien races, there were no more alien races in front. Lu Ming killed his way to the back and fought with the alien races that were chasing him. At the end of the battle, the energy in Celestial Emperor's corporeal body was completely exhausted, and he could no longer control it. Lu Ming had no choice but to put away the Celestial Thearch's body. At this moment, he had already killed countless alien races. In the end, they only had about 2,000 people left. This was an extremely heavy loss. At this time, they finally arrived at the depths of the Land of Dusk. In front of him, there were mountains one after another, rising and falling with each other. At this point, the foreign kinds actually stopped and retreated. In the eyes of the outsiders, everyone could see fear and terror. Lu Ming and the group perked up and did not dare to be careless. These mountains look like huge tombs. Someone said, his voice a little dry. The others were silent. Indeed, these mountains, one after another, really looked like large tombs. Although there were no tombstones or anything, the shape looked very similar. I don't think so. These mountains are so majestic. How can they be large tombs? After a while, someone asked in bewilderment. What should we do next? Someone asked. The foreign tribes have retreated. Let's take a rest and recover our strength. One group will rest while the other group will patrol the surroundings. An elder of the great emperor realm said. Now there were only 3 great emperors left among them. Everyone nodded. This was the only thing they could do now. Just as they were about to make arrangements for their rest, suddenly, a deep rumble came from the front. It came from those mountains. Everyone was shocked. They didn't have time to rest and gathered together on guard. Boom, boom, boom. A few majestic mountains trembled. Under everyone's shocked gazes, they actually split open. Roar. A roar came from the crack in the mountain, and a terrifying demonic chi burst out. It was so terrifying that it made people's hearts beat faster. It was a great horror. Roar, roar, roar. Roars came from several mountains in a row. The mountains trembled under the roars, and even the earth trembled. The clouds in the sky were scattered, and cracks appeared in the space. There seemed to be a few ancient beasts lying dormant in the mountains. What is this? Someone's voice trembled. They recalled the news that they had heard before. Some time ago, the Outlanders had entered the depths of the Land of Dusk in large numbers, but they had returned in defeat in the end. A terrifying creature had awakened in the depths of the Land of Dusk. The Outlanders, who were also heavenly emperors, had fallen here. Was this the kind of creature he was facing now? Their faces turned pale. This was truly a dead end. There were alien races behind them, and there were such living beings in front of them. However, they did not blame Lu Ming. Even if they did not take this path and rush to other places in the 10,000 spirit heavenly domain, there was no way for them to go. The alien races would catch up with them. If they encountered the alien race's celestial varch, they would still be doomed. Ever since the alien races found the entrance to the small world, their fates seemed to have been sealed, just like all the other creatures in 10,000 spirit heavenly region. Roar. A few terrifying roars sounded from the mountains. Then a few figures walked out. And MBSB instantly, a terrifying death energy exploded and covered the world. Many of those with weaker cultivations immediately spat out large mouthfuls of blood. That is, humans. No, zombies. Zombies, someone exclaimed in shock. The figure that walked out of the mountain was not a prehistoric giant beast. It was in the form of an adult and had a tall figure, more than 2 meters tall. However, these figures were covered in long golden hair and had blood-red eyes. The aura of death and fierceness was so thick that it couldn't be dispersed. They were clearly zombies. These mountains were indeed huge tombs. Terrifying experts were buried in these huge tombs, and they had turned into zombies after their deaths. Many thoughts flashed through Lu Ming and the rest's minds. However, what kind of existence could turn into such a terrifying zombie? Even the heavenly emperor of the foreign race had fallen here. Roar. There were a total of 5 zombies. Their blood-red eyes were fixed on Lu Ming and the others. A terrifying, murderous aura filled the air. Not good, stop. The remaining great emperors rushed forward and unleashed their auras, trying to stop the demonic chi. However, the moment the demonic chi hit them, their bodies trembled and they retreated. Their eyes were filled with shock. They couldn't resist the fierce chi. The strength of these zombies was terrifying. However, although these zombies had amazing strength, they didn't seem to have any intelligence. With a roar, their fiendish chi became even stronger and turned into a cold killing intent. Not good, retreat, retreat. A great emperor roared. Roar. Roar! The 5 zombies roared and moved like lightning, rushing towards the crowd at an extremely fast speed. Finished, everyone had the same thought. These few zombies' strength was incomparably shocking. They were not what they could resist at all. They would be easily torn apart. Stop. At this moment, a loud roar came from the depths of the Land of Dusk. Then the 5 zombies suddenly stopped and floated in the air. Buzz. And NBSB whoosh. In the depths of the Land of Dusk, behind the towering mountains, at least a dozen figures flew through the air. They were very fast, and in the blink of an eye, they were near them. Chapter 2298 Ancient Body Cultivator. Humans, it's the humans! Renchan exclaimed, and the others also became excited. Those people were definitely humans. They were all middle-aged men with burly bodies and strong auras. Their bodies were filled with powerful life essence. They weren't zombies but real humans. They didn't expect that there would be humans in the depths of the land of dusk, and it seemed that those powerful zombies would listen to their orders. If he was a human, they would be saved. More than a dozen burly men came forward and first bowed to those zombies, which made people surprised. Then, the dozen of them looked at Lu Ming and the rest with a strong sense of hostility in their eyes. You guys are from the law system? Were you the ones who disturbed our ancestors' slumber? The leader of the group, a burly man, spoke with a cold voice. Law system? The ancestor is in a deep sleep? He was very surprised to see Lu Ming, Ren Chan, and the others. What did this burly man mean? Why did he say that they were a system of laws? This statement was very strange. Could it be that the other party did not cultivate the nomological system? And the ancestors' slumber, could it be referring to those zombies? Senior, we weren't the ones who disturbed your ancestors' slumber a while ago. It was the outsiders. Ren Chan said. A foreign race? What alien race? The leading middle-aged man was puzzled. In my opinion, it's them. There are no good people in the law system. Capture them all first, and hand them over to the elders for interrogation to see what conspiracy they have. Another big man shouted. Not bad. The other burly men nodded one after another. This made Lu Ming and the others' expressions change. The burly man in the lead nodded. At once, more than 10 burly men moved as fast as lightning, and appeared around Lu Ming and the rest. Boom. Boom. A shocking aura burst out from the bodies of the dozen burly men, and there was a thunderous explosion. Pillars of blood chi rushed out of their bodies and soared into the sky like smoke. It was pure blood chi. The dozen burly men were like 10 ancient barbaric dragons. Their blood chi was extremely dense, forming a terrifying pressure. Body cultivators, ancient body cultivators, they are ancient body cultivators. A great emperor exclaimed. The others were also greatly shocked. Ancient body cultivators. These people were actually ancient body cultivators. No wonder these people called them the system of laws. The immemorial cultivation system and the system of laws were indeed two completely different cultivation systems. However, the immemorial body cultivators had long been lost. Only a small number of them were still passed down, and the number of people who cultivated them was also very small. There were actually more than 10 Archean body cultivators here. Senior, you've misunderstood. This is the first time we've come here. We were also being hunted down, so we fled here. The ones who disturbed you are indeed from the foreign tribes. An emperor explained. The auras of these dozen or so burly men were too astonishing. Their chi and blood were incomparably rich, like savage dragons. Their muscles trembled slightly, and they actually emitted a terrifying rumbling sound. It was caused by the rapid vibration of his muscles and the bombarding of air. This was a pure ancient body cultivator. It was said that the immemorial body cultivators cultivated their physical bodies. Their chi and blood were like dragons, and their physical bodies were unbelievably strong. They didn't have saint power or world power in their bodies, but they could still fly and even break the void. What he relied on was his physical body. Their muscles vibrated and resonated with the space, allowing them to fly. They had already used their bodies to the extreme. This was the case for the dozen burly men in front of him. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, you can explain it to our elders. Let's go, don't force us to fight. You're courting death. The burly man in the lead said coldly. A terrifying aura enveloped the heavens and earth. His figure was clearly no different from an ordinary person, but he made people feel as if they were facing a giant wild beast. Roar! Roar! The 5 zombies also roared, and their terrifying aura enveloped Lu Ming and the others. Everyone's expression changed. These 5 zombies were extremely powerful. With the addition of the dozen burly men, they simply couldn't resist them. If they attacked, only death would await them. No matter what, they are all human beings. It's better than falling into the hands of the alien races. That's right, then well, go with them. A few people transmitted their voices. In the end, the few great emperors nodded and decided to follow the other party. Follow us. The burly man in the lead led the way into the depths of the land of dusk. Lu Ming and the rest followed him. The other burly men fell behind and blocked their way out. They flew toward the tomb-like mountains, and when the 5 zombies arrived, they entered the cracks in the mountains, and the mountains closed one by one. Could it be that these zombies were all experts who cultivated ancient body cultivators when they were alive? Lu Ming guessed in his heart. Ancient body cultivators had extremely strong bodies, and it was difficult for their bodies to decay even after death. These zombies were so powerful, so they were most likely formed after the ancient body cultivators died. Experts who cultivated the nomological system did not have such powerful bodies. Even if they turned into zombies after death, they would not be so powerful. Moreover, these zombies didn't seem to have any intelligence, but they listened to the orders of the burly men. The burly men called these zombies ancestors, which explained the problem even more. The group of people kept going inside. After crossing those mountains, what appeared in front of them was still the mountains. There are so many mountains. It can't be that every mountain has a powerful zombie, right? Someone said in a low voice, full of shock. If that was the case, it would be terrifying. No wonder the foreign races would suffer a great loss here. They had flown over at least 100 mountains. In front of them, there was a col surrounded by a few mountains. In the col there was a huge stone gate. The stone door was open, and there was a pitch-black vortex inside. This is the entrance to a small world. Lu Ming and the group had an idea. The burly man in the lead entered the stone door first, followed by Lu Ming and the rest. After stepping through the stone door, they arrived at a huge square in the next moment. There were already many people around the square. They were all middle-aged men with strong qi and blood. One look and one could tell that they were all from the immemorial system. The land of 10,000 spirits, number 1 forbidden area. The depths of the land of dusk actually had a small world with a large number of Archean body cultivators. It was truly shocking. Come with me. The burly man who was the leader of the group stood in front of them. After he finished speaking, he led them and flew forward. This space. No, could it be a small world that was born naturally? Lu Ming sensed it carefully, and was even more surprised. There were many small worlds in this world, and most of them were man-made. Once one's cultivation reached the true emperor realm, they would be able to cultivate a relatively stable small world. However, there were also very few small worlds that were not man-made, but were born naturally. For example, when the heaven realm was born, there would also be some small worlds born and attached to the heaven realm. However, such small worlds were extremely rare. The one where the immemorial body cultivators lived was naturally born. The world of body cultivators. After flying for a while, a huge city appeared in front of them. In the city, all kinds of stone buildings soared into the sky. They were so dense that one couldn't see the end of it. From afar, one could see many people coming and going in the city. This place was like a real world. It was like a huge country. It was said that there were many cultivation systems in the immemorial era. For example, the immemorial body cultivator, the immemorial martial Dao, the immemorial demonic Dao, the immemorial devil Dao, and so on. There were many cultivation paths, and they were extremely prosperous. Later on, the origin law system rose up and expanded at an astonishing speed. This was because the ancient cultivation system had extremely high requirements in all aspects. The cultivation conditions were harsh, and only a few people could cultivate it. However, the nomological system didn't have such high requirements. As long as one had some talent, they could cultivate it and naturally grow very quickly. It didn't take long for the nomological system to become the most powerful cultivation system. Where there were people, there would be martial arts. And NBSB, the various systems fought against each other, and then a shocking war broke out. And NBSB, the various ancient systems were fighting against the law systems. That battle was earth-shattering, but in the end, it ended with a great victory for the nomological system. As for the other systems, many of their inheritances were severed and they fell apart. Slowly, they became weaker and weaker. By now, there were not many people who cultivated the immemorial system. However, there was such a world here. Could it be that it had been here since the immemorial era? Everyone's imagination ran wild. After that, they flew into the city. Countless people looked at Lu Ming and the rest curiously, whispering to each other. Not long after, they arrived at another square. There were already quite a few people on the square. There were old men, middle-aged men, and young people. All of them had powerful qi and blood, like wild dragons. Even though the hair of the elders had turned white, their skin was smooth and their muscles were full, as if they were filled with boundless strength. Elder. The burly man in the lead came before a few white-haired elders and bowed to report. He then told them in detail about his encounter with Lu Ming and the rest. The few elders nodded. One of them walked toward Lu Ming and the rest. Were you the ones who disturbed our ancestors' slumber a while ago? The old man asked. Senior, it wasn't us. One of the great emperors on Lu Ming's side said. Not you? Some time ago, our ancestor was disturbed and walked out of the tomb. He roared and fought with people. This time we sent people to check and happened to see you. How can you say it wasn't you? The old man's face darkened. Senior, it really wasn't us. The ones who attacked this place were the alien races. We were also chased by the alien races, so we fled here. An emperor explained. A foreign race? What alien race? Could it be a divine beast? There are also many divine beasts among you. The old man was puzzled and his gaze swept across Lu Ming and the rest. It's not a divine beast. It's a race from another world. They're fierce and brutal. Most of the territories in the heaven realm have been occupied by them, and countless creatures have died in battle. The great emperor explained. What? A race from another world? The old man's expression changed drastically. On the side, the expressions of the other immemorial body cultivators also changed. My body cultivators have been living in seclusion here ever since the war in the ancient times. I've never left. What's happening in the outside world now? The old man asked. Everyone's hearts moved. No wonder the other party didn't know about the foreign races. They had been living in seclusion here since the ancient era. The immemorial era was much longer than the ancient era. During the immemorial era, the foreign races had yet to invade. Senior, it's like this. The great emperor immediately recounted the invasion of the foreign tribes in the ancient times in detail. Then he told them how they were besieged, how they escaped in defeat, and how they had no choice but to escape to the depths of the land of dusk. The old man and the other Archean body cultivators all listened attentively. After they finished listening, their expressions became extremely heavy. Senior, of the 9 heaven domains in the heaven realm, 8 have been occupied by the Outlanders. The 10,000 spirit heavenly domain was occupied countless years ago. Now countless small worlds and other forbidden lands have been occupied by the Outlanders. Only the land of dusk has not been occupied. I speculate that the Outlanders will not let this place go. They will mobilize a large number of powerful cultivators to attack this place. The great emperor said. The old man's expression was uncertain. After a while he said, What you guys said, is it true or false? It was obvious that they were still skeptical. In the battle that year, the immemorial body cultivator had been defeated by the system of laws. They did not have a good impression of people who had the system of laws. Every word is true, the great emperor said, and the others nodded in agreement. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, a few burly men flew over at top speed, their faces filled with panic. Elder, a large number of experts have appeared in the ancestors' slumbering grounds. I don't know which race they are from, but they are attacking the ancestors' slumbering grounds. A burly man reported. What? Gather the experts and face the enemy. The elder roared, and his voice spread far and wide. Soon the sound of a bell rang out from the giant city. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Countless figures flew out of the buildings in the city and toward the exit of the world. So many experts. Lu Ming and the rest were secretly shocked. Among them, some of their auras were terrifyingly strong. They were definitely figures of the great emperor realm, and there was no lack of heavenly emperor realm powerhouses. You guys keep an eye on them, don't let them go anywhere. The elder ordered the people around him, then rose into the air and also headed towards the world exit. There were more than 10 burly men around them, staring at Lu Ming and the group. Lu Ming and the rest waited quietly. 2 days passed, and they saw a large number of figures flying back to the city. It seems like we won. The immemorial body cultivators are indeed powerful. Rin Chan's beautiful eyes flickered as she said. The others also revealed looks of joy. No matter what, the immemorial body cultivators were still humans, so they were better than the foreign races. At this moment, a few figures flew over. The one in the middle was a young man. The young man looked to be in his 20s. He was well-built and muscular, as if he was full of infinite strength. He flew toward Lu Ming and the group, sizing them up curiously. The elder asked me to pass on a message. He believes that what you said is true. With the current situation, all the races in the heaven realm should unite with each other. So, you can move freely here in the future. One will arrange your accommodation. Rin Chan and the others were ecstatic. They were saved. It was clear that the strong ancient body cultivators who had gone out to fight with the foreign races had finally believed their words and agreed to accept them. This brother, I wonder how the battle situation outside is? Lu Ming stepped out and asked with cupped fists. The alien tribes outside have been defeated by the powerhouses and the sacred ancestor body. The young man said. I'm guessing that the other races will probably send more troops and experts. Lu Ming said, his expression still somewhat solemn. Chapter 2300 Cultivation Field. The young man nodded and said, the elders have already thought about it. They will send a large number of experts to guard the place where the ancestor is slumbering. At the same time, the elders are also thinking of other countermeasures. All right, I'll bring you to your living quarters first. Then, the young man turned around and flew in one direction. Lu Ming and the rest followed him. On the way, they found out the young man's name. He was called Honglu. Not long after, they came to an empty land. There were large stone houses here, and no one was living in them. Lu Ming and the rest stayed there for the time being. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed since Lu Ming and the rest arrived. Honglu was very curious about Lu Ming and the rest, mainly about the outside world. Therefore, he often came to look for them. Lu Ming, Ren Chan, and Honglu were all young people. Naturally, they could get along well with each other. After a while, they became familiar with each other. Lu Ming and the rest also had a better understanding of this world. Ever since their lineage was defeated in the primordial war, they had been living in seclusion in the depths of the Land of Dusk. The Land of Dusk was the most dangerous forbidden area in the Land of 10,000 Spirits. There was a terrifying energy field everywhere. For so many years, no one had discovered that there were actually a large number of primordial body cultivators living in seclusion here. The exit of this world, which was the place where the ancient body cultivators had said their ancestors were slumbering, was indeed the place where the ancient body cultivators' ancestors were buried. Many Archean body cultivators who had fallen would be buried there. Under the effect of the wonderful field energy there, the bodies of those experts would turn into zombies. Although the zombies had no intelligence, the ancient body cultivators had a special technique that allowed them to communicate with the zombies and control them to form a powerful combat force. Back then, when the foreign tribe attacked the depths of the Land of Dusk, they had alarmed those zombies. Those zombies had awakened and defeated the foreign tribe. The awakening of the zombie had also alarmed the Archean body cultivators, which was why they had sent people out to investigate. They had just happened to run into Lu Ming and the others, and mistook them for attacking that area. During this period of time, Honglu had also been inquiring about the outside world's information. Lu Ming told him what he knew. The alien race is so vicious. They deserve to be killed. Honglu roared angrily, filled with righteous indignation. Brother Lu, Miss Ren Chan, shall one show you around? Enjoy the scenery and customs of our side. Honglu invited. All right, Ren Chan said. She was also very curious about this place. It was just that it was her first time here, so she did not dare to walk around. Lu Ming also nodded. Immediately, they led the way, and everyone began to walk around. Most of the Archean body cultivators were simple and honest. When they saw Lu Ming and the rest, they sized them up curiously, smiled and nodded. They walked around the city and came to a wide area. This was a cultivation field of the immemorial system. The cultivation field was very wide, and there were many people cultivating there. However, most of them were quite young. There were 2 to 3-year-old kids, 5 to 6 years old kids, 7 to 8 years old kids, and the oldest was a teenager. What surprised Lu Ming and the rest was that the strength of these little brats was shockingly great. Lu Ming saw a 4 to 5-year-old kid running around with a huge cauldron weighing more than 10,000 caddies. A 7 or 8-year-old child was carrying a small mountain and walking as if he was flying. Each and every one of them was shockingly powerful. Lu Ming and Renchan were dumbfounded. We Archean body cultivators have to lay our foundations from the age of 1. We'll soak our bodies in spiritual liquid to polish our bodies. From the age of 3, we'll have to cultivate body tempering techniques. All our cultivation is focused on the physical body, so we're stronger. Hong Lu explained with a smile, feeling rather pleased with himself. Amazing, he's indeed amazing. Lu Ming sighed. The immemorial body cultivator had an unparalleled physical body and was indeed extremely powerful. Those who cultivated in the nomological system would temper their bodies and become stronger as their cultivation level increased. After reaching the martial royal realm, cultivating a spirit body would have all kinds of wonderful effects and a strong vitality. However, when it came to physical strength, Lu Ming realized that even the bodies of many martial saints were not as strong as the bodies of the 7 or 8-year-old children here, let alone martial emperors. As for those teenagers, their bodies were even more astonishing. Bang! Bang! In the sky, 2 figures were engaged in an intense battle. The 2 15 or 16-year-old youths kept clashing in the sky like 2 rainbows, their speed shocking. It's equivalent to the battle strength of a bright saint. Also, this kind of use of the physical body is too amazing. Lu Ming sized it up carefully and was amazed. These 2 young men were only 15 or 16 years old, but they already had the battle strength of a bright saint. This was already very good. Furthermore, their use of their physical bodies was extremely profound. Their muscles were vibrating rapidly, resonating with the air and space, allowing their bodies to fly at an amazing speed. The vibration was very subtle. If not for Lu Ming's amazing eyesight, he would not have noticed it. The 2's attack method was very simple. It was a collision of power. Each punch hit the flesh. Bang! 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 The 2 of them exchanged a few hundred moves before stopping. They each found a place to resume their cultivation. Brother Lu, I can feel that your blood qi is extremely rich and your body is strong, far beyond other cultivation systems. I'm very curious. Have you also cultivated body cultivation techniques? Hong Lu sized Lu Ming up and asked curiously. Hong Lu was an expert in body cultivation. He was very sensitive to people with powerful physical bodies. He could naturally sense that Lu Ming's physical body was extremely powerful. I've never cultivated body cultivation before. It's just a coincidence that my body is stronger, Lu Ming said with a smile. His spiritual body was a superior grade heavenly spiritual body, and he had refined the chaotic qi inside, so he was extremely powerful. After that, he had been tempered by the 9 types of laws forming a river. In addition, he had refined a portion of the ancestral dragon's blood's energy. This made Lu Ming's physical body shockingly powerful. In the nomological system, none of the martial artists of the same level could compare to Lu Ming's physical body. Brother Lu, why don't we have a competition? Hong Lu said expectantly. He had never sparred with experts from other cultivation systems before. He had always been very curious about how strong the nomological system was. It could actually defeat other cultivation systems in the ancient era. All right, Lu Ming nodded. He was also very curious about how strong the pure physical cultivators of the immemorial era were. Bao De was also an immemorial body cultivator, and was very powerful. Lu Ming had fought with Bao De in the primordial realm's 10 lands battle, and had a deep impression of him. The 2 of them moved and arrived in the sky. The youths and children in the cultivation field were all attracted. Big Brother Hong Lu is going to make his move. Big Brother Hong Lu is invincible among the younger generation. It's been a long time since he fought. I can learn well this time. The youths and children all called out in excitement. Even some of the older ones were attracted. As the strongest genius of this generation's immemorial body cultivators, There was no need to doubt Honglu's combat strength. They also wanted to see how powerful the geniuses of the nomological system were. Body cultivation technique. Brother Hong Lu, please. Lu Ming waved his hands. Brother Lu, be careful. Hong Lu said. The muscles on his body bulged slightly, and a terrifying whistling sound came from his body. That was because his blood qi was too rich. The fluctuations produced when he circulated it were like the angry roar of a true dragon. When one's blood qi reached such a level, it was absolutely terrifying. Even without the life law and the indestructible ancient scroll, one's vitality was still astonishingly strong. Most injuries would be able to heal quickly. Boom. Honglu's muscles trembled. His body rushed towards Lu Ming, and he threw a punch at Lu Ming. Lu Ming squinted his eyes and circulated the world energy in his body to the extreme. The strength of his physical body was also mobilized by Lu Ming. In addition, Lu Ming used a law, the law of chaos. Boom. Lu Ming also threw a punch. This punch was a combination of Lu Ming's physical strength, the power of the world, and the power of the law of chaos. With Lu Ming's current cultivation and his third realm laws of chaos, the power of this punch was extremely shocking. Bang! The two fists collided. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. He felt that Honglu's fist was like a few hundred mountains. Waves of terrifying power rushed towards Lu Ming. Even the third realm laws of chaos trembled, and were almost pierced through. Lu Ming's body could not help but retreat. Honglu's body only swayed slightly before stabilizing. What powerful strength, what powerful battle strength. Lu Ming was a little shocked. With Lu Ming's current cultivation base, even if he only used one type of chaos law, his combat power was extremely shocking. Few people of the same level in the Taiqing heavenly region could block him. However, Hong Lu had forced him back with one punch. Honglu's combat strength was top-notch even in the Taiqing heavenly region. Amazing! Brother Hong Lu is amazing! The children and youths all began to shout in excitement. But Hong Lu himself, his expression was very grave. Although he had forced Lu Ming back with a punch, he could sense that Lu Ming had not used his full strength. There was a terrifying power in his body. Brother Lu, I don't think you've used your full strength. Use your full strength. Hong Lu said. Come. Lu Ming only said one word. At the same time, his body was constantly glowing. Array Dao Law, Artifact Dao Law, Penetration Law, and Extreme Law. Lu Ming had used 4 types of laws in succession. Among them, the Array Dao Law and the Smithing Dao Law were at the 3rd realm, while the Penetration Law and the Extremity Law were at the 2nd realm. Lu Ming's aura was stronger. Boom. The 5 types of laws fused and supplemented Lu Ming's fist. Lu Ming threw another punch. Hong Lu also charged toward Lu Ming, throwing a punch. Bang! The two of them collided for the second time. The space where their fists met kept exploding, revealing cracks that looked like spider webs. This time, the two of them swayed at the same time and took a few steps back. Then the two of them started fighting again. Bang! 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 The collision of the fists was very direct, and they continued to bombard each other. Lu Ming did not use his divine ability, life law, or death law. The two of them exchanged hundreds of moves and ended up in a draw. After another exchange of blows, the two of them retreated, and Hong Lu panted heavily. Awesome, awesome. The system of laws is indeed wonderful. Brother Lu, did you use your full strength? Tell me. Hong Lu stared at Lu Ming. Almost, just a little bit more. Haha. Lu Ming smiled. He didn't use his full strength, mainly because he wanted to save some face for Hong Lu in front of the child. After all, Hong Lu was the strongest heaven's favorite of this generation of immemorial body cultivators, and was the idol of these children. If they defeated Hong Lu, it would inevitably be a blow to these children's confidence. You bastard, I knew it. Let's fight again next time. Hong Lu was rather forthright. He chuckled and did not take it to heart. He stared at Lu Ming and said, "Your physical body is really strong. It's not weaker than some body cultivators. Why don't you try to cultivate some body cultivation techniques?" A body cultivation technique? Lu Ming was stunned. Look over there. The Hong Lu road pointed to the north. There was a huge cliff at the edge of the cultivation field. From a distance, one could see dense words written on the cliff. What's written on it is a body cultivation technique. Let's go and take a look, Hong Lu said. Brother Hong, this is a body cultivation technique. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for us to take a look, Lu Ming said. Every system had its own cultivation technique, many of which were not taught to outsiders. They were not body cultivators inheritors, so it would be bad if they violated a taboo. It's fine. That body cultivation technique is only used to strengthen one's foundation. Everyone can cultivate it. It's not a core technique, Hong Lu said as he walked towards the cliff. Lu Ming and Ren Chan were very curious and followed him to the bottom of the cliff. Little heavenly mystery art. Lu Ming looked at it carefully and realized that there was a body tempering technique recorded on the cliff. It was called the Little Heaven Mysterious Skill. The minor heavenly mystery technique is the most widespread among the ancient body cultivators. It's also the most suitable body tempering technique to build a foundation. Anyone can cultivate it. It has a total of 12 levels. If you're interested, you can try cultivating it. It'll be very helpful in improving your body, Hong Lu said. Many thanks. Lu Ming and Ren Chan thanked him, and then began to read it carefully. This is really amazing. It turns out that there are so many things to pay attention to in the physical body. Lu Ming sighed as he read. Soon he had memorized all the content. He then sat cross-legged and comprehended it quietly. 2 days later, Lu Ming began to cultivate. First, he activated the first level of the Little Heavenly Mysterious Art. Buzz. His muscles, his bones, and even his internal organs all let out a buzzing sound. The buzz turned into a wondrous energy. It was like a sound wave that seeped into every part of Lu Ming's body. At this moment, Lu Ming felt his entire body go numb as if he had been electrocuted. His body was trembling slightly according to a strange pattern. Lu Ming realized that his physical body was slowly becoming stronger. Some of the areas that were difficult to temper in the past were also becoming stronger. Although the extent of this increase was very small, it was indeed becoming stronger. It was as if his physical body was being thoroughly baptized and polished. Not long after, Lu Ming felt that he had successfully cultivated the first stage of the Little Heaven Mysterious Skill. Next, the second level. Lu Ming continued to cultivate the second level. At the second level, Lu Ming realized that the tempering of his body was more thorough. His muscles and bones were vibrating at a mysterious frequency. His entire body was numb and itchy. His muscles and bones were slowly transforming. Lu Ming's physical body was already very powerful to begin with. However, it was already very shocking that he could still transform. Not long after, Lu Ming had cultivated to the second level, and then the third level. Chapter 2303 Cultivating Directly to Peak. Lu Ming spent 3 days to successfully cultivate the first 3 stages of the Little Heavenly Mystery Technique. At the side, Hong Lu was secretly shocked when he sensed the fluctuations coming from Lu Ming's body. In 3 days' time, he had successfully cultivated the first 3 stages of the Little Heaven Mysterious Skill. Even though he knew that Lu Ming's physical strength was very strong to begin with, Hong Lu was still shocked. This speed was too fast. However, Lu Ming did not stop. He was completely fascinated. At every moment, he could feel his body becoming stronger and stronger. His muscles and bones were numb and itchy. There was a strange fluctuation. This feeling was too pleasurable and wonderful. Lu Ming was completely immersed in his cultivation. He had completely forgotten himself and the time. After the 3rd level, Lu Ming began to cultivate the 4th level. Then the 5th level, the 6th level. The higher the level of cultivation, the greater the improvement Lu Ming had. The minor heavenly mystery technique was originally cultivated for body cultivators to lay their foundations and strengthen their foundation. As for Lu Ming, he had never cultivated any physical cultivation techniques in the past. His physical body was completely enhanced by external objects. Such an improvement would inevitably lead to an unstable foundation. For example, there were some dead spots in the body that had not been tempered, which would lead to flaws. And now Lu Ming had reorganized his body. Although his physical strength hadn't improved much, the The strength and quality of his body had a qualitative difference from before. Furthermore, after reaching the 6th tier of the minor heavenly mystery technique, his foundation had become very solid, and the strength of his physical body had begun to improve. The 7th, 8th, 9th. Lu Ming had used half a month to cultivate the little heaven mysterious skill to the 9th realm. Moreover, Lu Ming had no intention of stopping, and was already attempting to break through to the 10th realm. This caused Hong Lu to be extremely shocked. How is that possible? To be able to reach the 9th level of the little heavenly mystery technique in just half a month, and still continue to do so, he's a peerless genius in physical cultivation. We must report this to the elder. Hong Lu muttered to himself, then quickly left the place and reported this matter. Not long after, streaks of light appeared here. More than a dozen old men had come, all of whom were elders of the ancient body cultivator lineage. When these people saw Lu Ming, their eyes widened. He's already at the 10th level. Unbelievable. A person who cultivates the nomological system is able to cultivate the little heavenly mysterious art to the 10th level in such a short time. He's definitely a peerless genius. One wonder if he can successfully cultivate all 12 stages of the little heavenly mystery technique. The dozen or so old men discussed excitedly and in shock. Although the minor heavenly mystery technique was a technique that could solidify the foundation of body cultivators, it was also the most important technique. Only when the minor heavenly mystery technique was cultivated to a high enough level could one cultivate the core technique of body cultivators. However, not everyone could cultivate the little heavenly mysterious skill to perfection. In fact, it was already very good to be able to cultivate it to the 9th level. He could be considered a genius in the physical cultivation line, and his future achievements would be extraordinary. As for the 12th level, which was the highest level, there had not been many body cultivators since ancient times. Every one of them was a rare genius. For example, Hong Lu was such a prodigy, but he took much longer than Lu Ming. There was no one else who could cultivate the little heavenly mysterious art to this level in such a short time. Everyone waited in silence. After that, Ren Chan also ended her practice. She had only completed the 3rd level so far. If she continued, she felt that she was not strong enough and needed time to slowly polish it. When she saw more than 10 old men staring at Lu Ming without blinking, she was shocked. After asking around, Xiang Honglu finally understood the whole story of the matter. What a pervert! Ren Chan sighed. The physical cultivators might not know how freakish Lu Ming was, but she did. Lu Ming had mastered 3 ultimate maxims. He was an unprecedented figure in the system of maxims. She could not help but sigh when she saw that Lu Ming was so perverted when he cultivated the body cultivation technique. Lu Ming was unaware of everything that was happening outside. He was immersed in his cultivation. Very quickly, he completed the cultivation of the 10th level and broke into the 11th level. He felt that his body was constantly strengthening and becoming tougher. His strength was also increasing. In particular, there was a drop of ancestral dragon blood in his heart. As Lu Ming cultivated the little heaven mysterious skill, traces of energy surged into Lu Ming's body from that drop of ancestral dragon blood. Lu Ming refined it and strengthened his physical body. The 11th level was not difficult for Lu Ming, and he cultivated it successfully very quickly. Then it was the 12th level. Buzz. And NBSB whoosh. It was also the last stage of the little mysterious heaven skill. At this stage, Lu Ming's body was constantly trembling and buzzing. He could feel that his physical strength had reached an extreme. A month after Lu Ming cultivated the minor heaven mysterious art, he finally cultivated it to perfection. He succeeded. He succeeded. Heavens, he's cultivated the little heavenly mystery technique to perfection in just a month. This kind of talent is too shocking. We can't waste his talent in physical cultivation. One think we should teach him the 7 gods mysterious technique. I agree. More than 10 old men spoke excitedly one after another. Their eyes were shining. When they looked at Lu Ming, it was as if they were looking at a rare treasure. Even Honglu was greatly shocked. The elders actually wanted to pass the 7 gods mysterious technique to Lu Ming. The 7 gods mysterious technique was completely different from the minor heavenly mysterious technique. The minor heavenly mysterious technique was only a technique used to build the foundation for physical cultivators. It was widely spread and everyone could cultivate it. However, the seven gods mysterious technique was a core technique of the body cultivation lineage, and one of the top secret techniques. Generally, only the geniuses of the body cultivation lineage could cultivate it. Hong Lu himself was cultivating this technique. It could be seen how much the elders admired Lu Ming. There was no one in the history of body cultivation who could cultivate the little heavenly mystery technique to perfection in just a month. This kind of talent was too shocking. It would be a waste if he did not cultivate the body cultivation technique. At this moment, Lu Ming let out a long breath and opened his eyes. My strength has doubled. Lu Ming felt his strength and revealed a look of excitement. His physical body had become much stronger and his strength had doubled. Coupled with the world force and various laws, Lu Ming's combat strength had undoubtedly increased by another level. Lu Ming felt that if he were to unleash his full power now, he could already reach the combat strength of a rank 18 true emperor. Following that, Lu Ming swept his gaze across the room and was shocked. There were more than 10 pairs of bright eyes staring at him. Little guy, how do you feel? Is your body much stronger? You're a peerless genius in the world of body cultivators. How about this? In the future, you don't have to cultivate the nomological system. Change to cultivating the body cultivation lineage. This old man will take you in as a disciple. Get lost, he's my disciple. More than 10 old men glared at him and started to fight over him. They all wanted to take Lu Ming as their disciple. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Seven gods mysterious technique. More than 10 white-haired old men glared at each other. They looked like they were ready to draw their swords. However, when they looked at Lu Ming, their eyes were burning with passion. Lu Ming only reacted after a long while. Well, seniors, I cultivate the nomological system. I don't have any plans to abandon the nomological system and focus on cultivating my physical body. Lu Ming still answered honestly. It was not easy for him to achieve his current achievements in all kinds of laws. He had paid too much. Furthermore, his nomological system was unprecedented and unprecedented. In the future, he could master even more ultimate maxims. How could he give them up just like that? You still want to cultivate the system of laws? Kid, let me tell you, your talent in body cultivation is definitely higher than the system of laws. Do you understand? It's a waste if you don't cultivate your physical body. Don't ruin your future. More than 10 old men panicked and tried to persuade Lu Ming. Seniors, I've already decided and one won't change my mind, but Lu Ming rolled his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. However, I can have dual cultivation. I can cultivate both the nomological system and my physical body. Seniors, what do you think? Cultivate together? The dozen or so old men quieted down and looked at each other. Boy, the path of cultivation is extremely difficult. It takes a lot of energy to cultivate one of them. Many people can't reach the peak of one of them in their entire lives. If you want to cultivate two, I'm afraid you can't bite off more than you can chew. That's right, you won't be able to cultivate either. More than 10 old men criticized Lu Ming severely. Senior, I understand that, but I'm different from other people. With my unprecedented talent, it's definitely not a problem for me to cultivate the system of laws and the body together, Lu Ming said shamelessly. His face did not turn red and his heart did not beat fast. This kid is simply shameless. However, what he said makes sense. With his talent, it's indeed difficult for anyone to compare with him. Are we just going to teach him the seven gods mysterious technique? He doesn't specialize in physical cultivation. It's not good to teach him like this. The seven gods mysterious skill is the highest secret of physical cultivation. It can be cultivated to the legendary supreme realm. In my opinion, we should ask the Grand Elder for instructions. That's right, I think so too. More than 10 old men gathered to discuss. After a while, one of them said to Lu Ming, Kid, you wait here. Well, go and ask the Grand Elder. After saying that, the old men left. Lu Ming, you've actually cultivated the little heaven mysterious skill to perfection in a month's time. How did you do it? Hong Lu walked over, extremely surprised. Renchan also sized Lu Ming up curiously. She had cultivated it before, but she could only cultivate to the 3rd level. If she wanted to continue to improve, she would have to spend a lot of energy. She knew the difficulty. However, Lu Ming was able to cultivate it to the peak in one go. This was simply a miracle. I don't know either. One just casually cultivated for a while, and I reached perfection. Is it that difficult? Lu Ming asked in surprise. Renchan and Honglu's eyelids kept twitching, their mouths agape and tongue-tied, completely unable to speak, so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. He was completely shocked. It's not difficult. After holding it in for a long time, Honglu squeezed out such a sentence. It should be related to the ancestral dragon's blood, Lu Ming was thinking. He felt that the reason he was able to cultivate the little heavenly mystery technique to perfection in one go was largely related to the drop of ancestral dragon blood. As he cultivated to the later stages, the energy in the ancestral dragon's blood was constantly being refined. This was how Lu Ming managed to cultivate the minor heaven mysterious skill to perfection in one go. Then, Renchan asked Lu Ming about the cultivation method of the minor heaven mysterious skill. They chatted while waiting. They didn't have to wait long before the dozen old men returned. Kid, we've already asked the Supreme Elder. He thinks that your talent is rare, and it would be a pity if you don't cultivate your body. So, the Supreme Elder has agreed to teach you the 7 gods' mysterious skill. Take it, one of the elders said. He then took out a roll of animal skin and handed it to Lu Ming. The cultivation method of the 7 gods' mysterious technique is recorded on it. Remember this and return this beast skin to us. The old man said. Many thanks, senior. Lu Ming expressed his gratitude and was overjoyed. He took the animal skin and looked at it carefully. Not long after, he had memorized all the contents of the beast skin and returned it to the elders. Lu Ming closed his eyes and carefully comprehended the contents. The 7 gods' mysterious technique was a supreme technique in physical cultivation, and it was much more exquisite than the minor heavenly mysterious technique. The 7 gods' mysterious technique was divided into 7 levels. Each level was further divided into the early stage, middle stage, and late stage. Lu Ming spent a total of 7 days before he roughly understood the contents of the first few levels. Then he began to cultivate. Buzz, buzz. His muscles, bones, internal organs, and even every drop of blood were giving off a wonderful vibration. Waves of wonderful power seeped into every corner of Lu Ming's body and every cell. Lu Ming's physical body was undergoing a transformation. The first 2 stages of the 7 gods' mysterious technique were also for building a solid foundation. It was very similar to the later stages of the minor heaven mysterious technique. Lu Ming was very successful in cultivating the first 2 stages and very soon he succeeded. 7 days later, Lu Ming had attained the 3rd stage of the 7 gods' mysterious technique. When the 7 gods' mysterious skill was cultivated to the 3rd level, he could compete with the Void Emperor with his physical strength alone. At the 4th level, one could fight against a true emperor with just the strength of their body. The 5th level corresponded to great emperors. The 6th level corresponded to the celestial Varch. And the highest 7th level corresponded to the supreme realm. After attaining the 3rd stage, Lu Ming's cultivation speed had slowed down. He kept on circulating the 7 gods' mysterious technique, and the drop of ancestral dragon blood in his heart was constantly circulating energy throughout Lu Ming's body. As the 7 gods' mysterious technique circulated, it seeped into every cell in Lu Ming's body, continuously strengthening his physical body. Time passed day by day. Lu Ming was also constantly breaking through the early stage of the 3rd level, the middle stage, the late stage. After 2 months, Lu Ming had finally cultivated the 7 gods' mysterious technique to the late stage of the 3rd level. However, Lu Ming did not stop. He felt that he could continue to break through. In the past 2 months, Shenhuang Lu and a dozen elders had been watching nearby. Genius! What a genius! He cultivated the 7 gods' mysterious skill to the late stage of the 3rd level in one go. And he didn't show any signs of stopping. This has never happened since ancient times. The dozen or so old men exclaimed in admiration. At this moment, A few burly men flew over with grave expressions and reported, "Elders, there's bad news. Outside the exit, where our ancestor is slumbering, a large number of alien races have gathered. They've already launched an attack, and they're very powerful. They're here. Let's go and gather all the experts." An elder's eyes were cold, and he exuded a powerful aura. Chapter 2304 Combat Power Skyrockets. More than a dozen elders all left the place and headed towards the exit of the small world. At the same time, a large number of Archean body cultivators rushed to the exit. At the exit of the small world, where the ancient body cultivator ancestors were slumbering, a terrifying battle was taking place. Countless non-human experts attacked the tombs like a storm. One by one, the tombs cracked open, and zombies walked out. These zombies were all very terrifying. Many of them had the fighting strength of the Great Emperor realm. Some even had the fighting strength of the Heavenly Emperor realm. These zombies were all top powerhouses among body cultivators when they were alive. In addition, there were also people from the Archean body cultivator lineage who were fighting with countless foreign races. More than a dozen elders and a large number of body cultivators rushed out and attacked the foreign kinds. Kill. Those old men had white hair. When they shouted, their chi and blood soared into the sky like smoke. Terrifying power burst out of their bodies, as if ancient barbaric dragons were awakening. Boom. Boom. Their attacks were simple. They simply punched out and the fist force shattered the void, killing a large number of alien races. As for the zombies, they were even more direct and unafraid of death. They ignored defense and attacked madly. For a time, the Archean body cultivators had the advantage. The alien race attacked for a while, but they were forced back and retreated into the depths of the Land of Dusk. However, the immemorial body cultivators didn't dare to slack off and sent people to guard it. As expected, every few days, the foreign races would attack again, and their overall strength was stronger than before. The two sides were caught in a heated battle, and they fought continuously. After fighting for a while, the alien races would retreat, but after a while, they would attack again. As for Lu Ming, he had been cultivating. Previously, he had spent 2 months to successfully cultivate the first 3 levels of the 7 Gods' mysterious technique. After that, he used another month to successfully break through and step into the early stage of the 4th level. After that, he spent another month cultivating the 7 Gods' mysterious technique to the middle of the 4th level. Lu Ming had no choice but to stop cultivating at this point. This was because he felt that his previous accumulation had been used up. He had reached a bottleneck and could not break through for the time being. He needed to polish himself for a period of time. Moreover, almost half of the energy of the ancestral dragon blood had been refined. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes and heaved a long sigh. "My strength is so strong." Lu Ming felt the power in his body and was extremely excited. This was physical strength, pure physical strength. Lu Ming could feel that his physical strength was dozens of times stronger than before. The middle stage of the 4th level. Now one should be able to fight against a level 13 true emperor, with just my physical strength. Lu Ming speculated in his heart. One should not underestimate this level of power. It was extremely terrifying, because this was purely the power of the physical body without any other factors. In the past, although Lu Ming's physical strength was strong, it was far inferior to what he had now. At that time, Lu Ming's physical strength, the world energy, and the law would increase his strength. However, it was impossible to rely on the strength of his physical body alone. At most, he would be equivalent to a low-level void emperor. But now Lu Ming did not need to do anything. He could fight against a rank 13 true emperor with his physical strength alone. If he were to add the power of the world and the various laws, Lu Ming's strength would reach a shocking level. It would far exceed the combat power of a rank 18 true emperor. Now that Lu Ming was facing a rank 18 true emperor, he could completely crush his opponent. Body cultivators, when combined with the nomological system, would burst forth with astonishing power. My Buddhist defensive and recovery abilities have also been greatly enhanced. With the indestructible ancient scroll, I wonder what kind of shocking level it will reach. Lu Ming could not imagine how amazing his combat power would be if he were to unleash his full power now. Lu Ming, what realm have you cultivated the seven gods' mysterious technique to? Honglu asked as he walked over. Middle stage of the 4th level. Lu Ming said. Oh my god, you've reached the middle stage of the 4th level so quickly. You're abnormal. I've been cultivating for decades and am only at the middle stage of the 4th level. You're abnormal. Honglu howled in grief, looking like he had suffered a blow. Lu Ming touched his nose, speechless. The reason why he had improved so quickly was mainly due to his previous accumulation. In the past, his body had been tempered many times and was already very strong. With the help of the ancestral dragon's blood and the perfection of the little heaven mysterious skill, he was able to be so fast. In the future, the speed would slow down. Besides, cultivating the body required a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual materials, including all kinds of spiritual herbs, saint herbs, and emperor herbs. This time, he was completely relying on the energy of the ancestral dragon's blood. That was why he didn't need any medicinal herbs. Right, where are the seniors? Lu Ming swept his gaze across the room and asked. They went to fight against the alien races. In the past 2 months, the alien races have been attacking more and more frequently. Many of our people have died in the battle. Speaking up to here, Honglu's expression was rather unsightly. Have the alien races already attacked? Lu Ming's expression turned grave. We can't continue like this. The foreign tribes are too powerful and their numbers are endless. It's not that I'm underestimating the strength of the Archean body cultivator, but if this continues, we won't be able to hold on any longer. Rinchan also said. Then what should we do? Honglu was also a bit anxious. Let's go to the front line. I want to talk to the seniors. Lu Ming said. All right, let's go. Honglu nodded, and immediately, the 3 of them headed towards the small world's exit. With their speed, it didn't take long for them to arrive near the exit of the small world. Near the exit of the small world, many buildings had been temporarily built. A large number of ancient body cultivators were stationed here. When Lu Ming and the rest arrived, it was obvious that a huge battle had just taken place outside. Many people had just retreated from the outside. In a huge stone hall, a few grand elders and more than 20 elders of the immemorial body cultivator lineage were having a meeting. However, they all looked serious and frowned. The atmosphere in the stone hall was very oppressive. At this moment, a person reported that Honglu, Lu Ming, and the others were requesting an audience. Let them in. One of the grand elders at the top spoke. The grand supreme elders of the immemorial body cultivators were all powerhouses in the heavenly emperor realm. After a while, Lu Ming, Renchan, and Honglu walked in. All eyes were on Lu Ming. Kid, what level have you reached with the 7 gods' mysterious skill? An old man asked curiously. Middle stage of the 4th level. Lu Ming answered honestly. Middle stage of the 4th level. The old men and some middle-aged men in the stone hall widened their eyes. They knew when Lu Ming had started cultivating. It had only been a few months, and he had already cultivated the 7 gods' mysterious technique to the middle of the 4th stage. Even the elders and grand elders, who had lived for a long time, could not help but be dumbfounded at this speed. They were so shocked that they could not speak. Chapter 2305 Retreat. Honglu was the most outstanding heaven's favorite of this generation of immemorial body cultivators. But he had also used a few decades to cultivate to the middle of the 4th level. As for Lu Ming, it had only been a few months. Good, peerless genius, peerless genius. The few elders sighed. After a while, they calmed down. Why have you come to find us? One of the grand elders asked with a smile. Seniors, now that the outsiders have set their eyes on this place, they will definitely not let this place go. If this continues, the battle will be very unfavorable. Lu Ming said. We know this as well. Do you have any countermeasures? One of the grand elders said. Charge out, leave this place. Otherwise, this place will be broken through sooner or later. At that time, no one will be able to escape. Lu Ming said, directly expressing his thoughts. Leave this place. Everyone in the stone hall paled. We immemorial body cultivators have been living in seclusion here ever since we were defeated in the immemorial era. We've lived here for countless years, and have already taken root here. You want us to abandon this place? One of the burly men said. The others were also silent. Indeed, their bloodline had lived here for countless years. Who would be willing to give it up just like that? Seniors, it's not that I'm looking down on the strength of the body cultivators, but the foreign tribes are too powerful. Only a small portion of them are attacking from the outside. In the ancient times, the heaven realm was extremely prosperous. Strong people gathered, and the invincible strong people dominated the world. But in the end, it was still broken through and countless strong people died in battle. Of the 9 heavens regions, only the Taiqing heaven region is left, barely holding on. If the alien races send some powerful cultivators from the battlefield of the Taiqing heavenly region, we will definitely not be able to defend it. Lu Ming advised. The people from the immemorial body cultivator lineage had grave expressions as they thought seriously. They also understood that Lu Ming was right. Their branch was only one of the branches of the ancient body cultivators. Their strength was far from comparable to the ancient body cultivators at their peak during the ancient era. However, the body cultivators of the primordial age, who were at their peak, had still been defeated by the nomological system. Later on, after many years of development, the nomological system flourished to the extreme, but it was still broken through by the alien races. It could be seen how strong the alien races were. They would definitely not be able to withstand it. There's actually another exit in this pocket dimension. If you want to retreat, you can retreat from the other exit. After a long time, a grand elder spoke, his voice filled with helplessness. There's another exit? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This was much better than rushing out. Everyone, what do you say? Should we retreat? The grand elder who spoke earlier looked at the others. I agree to retreat. I also agree. Our bloodline can't be cut off like this. I agree. The remaining elders and grand elders all expressed their willingness to retreat. Only a few people were silent and unwilling. I have a question. Our small world has such a large population. How do we bring them out when we retreat? One of them asked. That's easy. Those in our nomological system can condense a small world when they reach the true emperor realm. Even a 1-star true emperor can condense a small world with a radius of 100,000 miles, which is enough to bring everyone out. Ren Chan said. Then where do we go after we retreat? One of the burly men asked. To the Taiqing heavenly region. One of the grand elders said. Taiqing heavenly region? This time, not only were many of the elders of the Archean body cultivators stunned, but even Lu Ming and Ren Chan were stunned. Could it be that there was a way to get to the Taiqing heavenly region from the 10,000 spirit heavenly region? If there was, why didn't the alien races discover it after so many years? How can I go to the Taiqing heavenly region? The eyes of many elders lit up. It would be great if he could go to the Taiqing heavenly region. There's an ancient book in our physical cultivation sect. It says that if you start from the yellow spring in the 9 nether heavenly domain, you can reach the passage between the Taiqing heavenly domain and the Hunyuan heavenly domain. According to Lu Ming, the passage between the Taiqing heavenly region and the Hunyuan heavenly region has become a battlefield. As long as we get there, we can enter the two-world city and enter the Taiqing heavenly region. Another grand elder said. Doesn't that mean that we have to go to the netherworld realm first? Someone said. This is the only plan now. One of the grand elders said. Seniors, this is totally possible. There is a passage connecting the 9 nether heavenly domain and the 10,000 spirit heavenly domain. As long as we rush through the passage and enter the 9 nether heavenly domain, we can reach the netherworld and then head to the Taiqing heavenly domain. Moreover, the alien tribe's cultivation energy is different from ours. In the heaven realm, although they can also absorb the original qi for cultivation, the speed is very slow and the efficiency of refining it is very low. Therefore, except for the battlefield in the Taiqing heaven, the alien tribes in the other heaven regions are not many. With your strength, you can kill your way to the netherworld. Ren Chan said. His words made everyone's eyes light up. All right, well, do that then. I'll have to trouble you to put everyone below the martial supreme realm into the small world, and then retreat," one of the Grand Elders announced and gave the order. Immediately, everyone got into action. The people who cultivated the nomological law system started to move. They kept all the people in the small world into the small world, leaving those above the martial supreme realm outside. After so many years of development, the population of the immemorial body cultivator lineage had already reached tens of billions. However, this was not a problem at all. A small world of a one-star true emperor was 100,000 miles in radius. A great emperor's small world had a radius of 1,000,000 miles, and it was a piece of cake for it to contain tens of billions of people. After a few days, the people in this small world and all the resources had been collected. At this moment they began to retreat. However, they still left a group of people to guard the exit, and control some zombies to fight against the alien races. There was no other way. Someone had to stay behind, or the alien races would find out. Those who stayed behind would die without a doubt. Meanwhile, all the martial supremes and above from the body cultivators had brought a portion of the powerful zombies to the other side of the small world. There was another exit here. They passed through this exit and came outside, out of the land of dusk. Then they flew toward the passage in the netherworld realm at top speed. However, they still ran into some alien races on the way. Although these foreign races had been easily killed by the ancient body cultivators, they were still weak. However, there were still some alien races who managed to spread the news before they died. The foreign races in the land of dusk received the news and were furious. They launched a fierce attack on the depths of the land of dusk. The Archean body cultivators who were left behind to cover the retreat were naturally no match, and were all killed in the end. When the foreign races rushed into the small world of the Archean body cultivators, and found that they were all gone, they were furious and ordered all the foreign races in the 10,000 spirit heavenly region to surround and kill the Archean body cultivators. However, it was too late. The sky-reaching warship Lu Ming's group was very fast. Together with some Archean body cultivators, they were very powerful. Although they encountered some foreign tribes blocking them, the foreign tribes that had gathered in a hurry were no match for them. They were easily killed. A few days later, they arrived at the passageway between 10,000 spirit heavenly domain and abysmal heavenly domain. The passageway here was very vast, similar to that between Taiqing Heavenly Realm and Hunyuan Heavenly Realm. However, there weren't many foreign races guarding this place. Other than the Taiqing Heavenly Region, the other 8 heavenly regions were all under the control of the foreign tribes. They naturally did not need to leave too many people to guard these passages. Without much resistance, they broke through the passage and rushed to the netherworld realm. Abysmal Heavenly Domain was the legendary netherworld. It was filled with the chi of the netherworld, and was an extremely powerful heavenly domain in ancient times. The name of the netherworld shook the heavenly realm, and experts were as numerous as clouds. In the end, it was still broken through by the foreign races, and the experts suffered heavy casualties. The legendary Yellow Spring and the Bridge of Helplessness were both in the 9 Serenities heavenly domain. Back then, when Lu Ming entered the tomb of the reincarnation emperor, he had seen the netherworld helplessness. It was the 9 lives devilish silkworm, created based on the netherworld helplessness of the 9 nether realm. There were many ancient books among the body cultivators that recorded many secrets, including the territory of the 9 nether heavenly region. After they entered the 9 nether heavenly domain, they rushed towards the Yellow Spring. Along the way, they encountered some other races, but they were easily defeated. The 9 nether heavenly domain was very vast. Although it was not as big as the Taiqing heavenly domain, it was not much different. After flying for several days, a large river stretched across the land in front of them. The river was extremely wide, and one could not see the other side at a glance. The water in the river was yellow, sticky, and filled with a nauseating stench. This was the netherworld. It was said that the water of the Yellow Spring had a terrifying corrosive, devouring and cursing power. Once they fell into the Yellow Spring, only death awaited them. It was said that even the Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses would be in danger if they fell into the Yellow Spring. As for the Yellow Spring, No one knew how long it was. No one really knew. No one knew where the source was, and no one knew where it flowed. Some people walked along the yellow spring and found that the yellow spring flowed into the eternal void. Along the void, it would pass through the passage between the Taiqing heavenly realm and the Hunyuan heavenly realm, which was the current battlefield. This was their hope, and they were going to advance along the yellow springs. Kill. A dense crowd of alien races had gathered by the Yellow Spring River, and they were charging toward them. Not good. It seems that the foreign tribes have guessed that we are coming to the Yellow Springs and have gathered a large number of experts here. Someone's expression changed. Kill them from the other side. One of the grand elders of the immemorial body cultivators shouted, and everyone rushed in another direction. However, not long after, a large number of foreign races also came from that direction. Charge! A grand elder shouted, and everyone rushed over. They were already at the edge of the yellow spring. There was only hope if they rushed over. The powerhouses from both sides collided fiercely. On Lu Ming's side, everyone below the rank of a marshal supreme had been kept into the small world. Those who were left outside were all powerhouses above the rank of a marshal supreme. With some of the strongest body cultivators, the Grand Supreme Elders, as the vanguard, they were like a sharp blade, charging into the non-humankind army. Countless alien races were killed and exploded. However, there were also powerhouses in the alien race, including those in the Heavenly Emperor realm. The Heavenly Emperor realm was too terrifying. Once they made a move, they could destroy the world. Lu Ming and the group's attacks were immediately blocked and their speed slowed down. Behind them, a large number of alien races charged forward, and the two sides were engaged in a bloody battle. Kill! Lu Ming roared and went berserk. The 9 types of laws covered Lu Ming's body. At the same time, Lu Ming activated the imperishable golden body. The inextinguishable golden body, coupled with Lu Ming's current physical strength, burst out with infinite power. Lu Ming completely ignored his defense. Like a war beast, he charged into the alien races and punched out with both fists. With every punch, at least a few alien races were blown up by Lu Ming. As long as he was not a great emperor, no matter what rank true emperor he was, he would be killed in an instant by Lu Ming. Even if it was a rank 18 true emperor, it was the same. Lu Ming was now truly invincible among true emperors. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming had already killed countless alien races, and his body was bathed in their blood. Slowly, they broke through the non-humankind's defense and came to the shore of the Yellow Spring. Bring out the Heaven-span battleship, one of the Grand Elders shouted. At the same time, he waved his hand and a battleship flew out, floating above the Yellow Spring. You guys control the ancestral battle bodies to defend against the alien races. We're going to activate the sky warship. A voice spread in all directions. Boom. Following that, the Grand Supreme Elder's body rumbled as a stream of vital energy and blood gushed out, and entered the sky-reaching warship. Buzz. The warship trembled and buzzed. A terrifying aura emanated from it as it rapidly grew in size. It was impossible to leave the Yellow Springs without a powerful treasure. Once a person entered the netherworld and touched the water of the netherworld, only death awaited them. Even the celestial Varch would be in danger. Only by relying on the ancestral treasure of the immemorial body cultivators, the sky-reaching battleship, could one enter the netherworld and ride on the sky-reaching battleship to the eternal void. Boom. Boom. Following that, a few more Grand Supreme Elders who were body cultivators stimulated their blood chi and surged it into the sky-reaching battleship. The trembling of the sky-reaching battleship became more and more intense, and its entire body glowed as it rapidly expanded. Stop them! Kill! 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 The alien race members roared. They charged over from all directions. There were 5 to 6 foreign races who were astonishingly powerful. They were all powerhouses of the Heavenly Emperor realm. They walked in the air, emitting terrifying fluctuations. With a single blow, the heavens and earth would shatter. Their power was unimaginable. Block it! Some of the elders of the immemorial body cultivators roared. They were no match for them, so they could only rely on those zombies. They controlled the zombies and charged forward. Some of the zombies had the battle strength of the Heavenly Emperor realm, and were able to resist the Heavenly Emperor of the alien race. However, they were outnumbered and were suppressed the moment they met. Bang! Bang! Some of the Great Emperor realm zombies were hit by the non-human Heavenly Emperor and exploded in the air. But now, he had no choice but to sacrifice these zombies to buy time for the Grand Elder. Buzz! After a while, the sky-reaching warship expanded to tens of thousands of meters in size and landed on the Yellow Spring River. Get on the sky-connecting battleship. We'll cover you. One of the Grand Elders roared and charged over to fight with the non-human Celestial Emperor. The other Grand Elders also rushed over. As for those with weaker cultivation bases, they charged towards the Heavenspan battleship. This was especially so for those who cultivated nomological laws. As their small worlds had a large population, the Archean body cultivators protected them and allowed them to board the sky-reaching warship first. Lu Ming, Renchan, and the rest also boarded the warship. Then the others boarded the warship one after another. Only the Grand Supreme Elder and some powerful zombies fought with the other party. Chapter 2308 Back Retreat. The Supreme Elders of the immemorial body cultivators fought as they retreated. Don't let them go, stop them. One of the non-human Heavenly Emperors roared in anger as beams of destructive light shot out from his eyes. They were extremely terrifying as they blasted toward the body cultivator Grand Elder. The other non-human Celestial Emperors also launched a fierce attack. The Grand Supreme Elders who cultivated physical strength found it difficult to retreat to the ancient warship. Among the immemorial body cultivators, there was an old man who was a peerless expert. His battle prowess was terrifying. Unfortunately, the foreign race also had such an expert who was able to hold him back. And NBSB in the end, they had no choice but to order a few powerful zombies to launch a suicidal attack to temporarily hold back the enemy. The Grand Elders seized the opportunity to board the sky-reaching warship. Roar! Roar! However, a few powerful zombies were blocked by the other party and were besieged. Their indestructible bodies were torn apart. Let's go! The Heavenspan battleship rumbled and sailed toward the depths of the Yellow Spring. Stay! A total of 6 to 7 foreign races were chasing after them. They were all Heavenly Emperor existences. They didn't give up and unleashed terrifying attacks, wanting to blow up the sky-reaching battleship and bury all of them in the Yellow Springs. However, the body cultivators' Grand Elders joined forces and blocked the other party's attack. Moreover, one of the most powerful Grand Elders punched through the space, causing a Heavenly Emperor alien to spit out blood. He fell back toward the Yellow Spring River. Walala! The waves of the Yellow Spring River rolled up, and one of them hit the non-human Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor shrieked miserably as his body flew around in the sky. His burly body quickly withered. In the end, the Celestial Emperor managed to block the corrosion of the Netherworld's water, but his aura was weak and he almost died. The crowd gasped. The Yellow Spring water was indeed terrifying. Even a Heavenly Emperor would be severely injured if hit by the Yellow Spring's waves. What was the origin of this Yellow Spring water? How was it formed? Isn't that too terrifying? A Heavenly Emperor stood at the peak of this world. Although the foreign Heavenly Emperor was probably just an ordinary Heavenly Emperor, it was shocking that some Netherworld water could seriously injure him. The other foreign Celestial Emperors all revealed looks of fear and didn't dare to pursue. If they were blasted into the Yellow Spring River, the consequences would be unpredictable. If a Heavenly Emperor was seriously injured by the waves, he would definitely die if he fell into the Yellow Spring River. The non-humans could only watch as the warship sailed into the depths of the Yellow Springs. Everyone heaved a long sigh of relief. They had finally gotten rid of the pursuit of the non-humans. At the same time, they were secretly surprised. They didn't know what material the sky-reaching warship was made of, but it could actually sail on the Yellow Spring River without being damaged by the water. Among the Archean body cultivators, a Grand Supreme Elder informed them that the sky-reaching battleship was found in an ancient ruin by an Archean body cultivator ancestor. Everyone could only let their imaginations run wild. What kind of ruin could obtain a treasure like the Heavenspan battleship? The sky-reaching warship was extremely huge. It sailed in the Yellow Spring River and followed the direction of the river water. No one knew where it was flowing to. Everyone could only wait patiently. A month later, the sky-connecting battleship had traveled a long distance, and there was nothing in front of it. He had reached the edge of the Netherworld realm. However, the Yellow Spring River didn't stop. Instead, it flowed into the void. A river that wasn't on the ground but connected to the void was truly shocking. Everyone looked on in a daze. He couldn't help but sigh at the wonders of the heavens and earth. The sky-reaching warship followed the Yellow Spring River and sailed into the void. They looked around and saw the dark void in all directions. The Yellow Spring River was like a passage, and they had no idea where it flowed to. At this point, all the Grand Elders perked up. It was recorded in the ancient books that the Yellow Spring River would pass through the battlefield between the Taiqing Heavenly Region and the Hunyuan Heavenly Region. They had to concentrate and seize the fleeting opportunity to get out of here. Time passed day by day. They had no idea how far they had traveled in the dark void. The place was silent, as if it was eternal. "Look, what's that?" Suddenly someone exclaimed and looked ahead in shock. The others also looked over. "That's..." Lu Ming was also shocked at what he saw. His eyes widened. In front of the Yellow Spring River, at an unknown distance, a mountain emerged. The mountain was in front of them, but no one was wrong. There was really a mountain. There's actually a huge mountain above the Yellow Spring River. I've never heard of it. An old man sighed. He was the Grand Elder of Body Cultivators, but he had never heard of such a thing. There was no such saying in the rumors about the Yellow Spring River in the past. There were mountains on the Yellow Spring River? The Heavenspan battleship continued forward, but the mountain was still floating in front of it. It didn't seem to be getting any closer. Could it be that that is the end of the Yellow Springs? Someone mumbled. The others were shocked. The end of the Yellow Springs was a mountain? This sounded really outrageous. "We're here, attack." At this moment, a Grand Elder roared. His blood and chi were in turmoil as he threw a punch at the void to his right. The power of this punch was shockingly strong. As it was thrown out, the space exploded continuously like paper. At the same time, the other Supreme Elders also made their moves, constantly blasting in that direction. With so many experts attacking at the same time, the power was terrifying. The space was completely torn apart, and the situation outside could be seen. Outside, it was a deathly silent land. The battlefield. It's that battlefield. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He could tell that it was the battlefield between the Taiqing Heavenly Region and the Hunyuan Heavenly Region. He could not be wrong. As expected, the Yellow Spring River would pass through the battlefield between the Taiqing Heavenly Region and the Hunyuan Heavenly Region. The distance between this place and the battlefield was very thin, and it was forcibly opened by several Supreme Elders. "Let's go." A Grand Supreme Elder was steering the sky-reaching battleship toward the spatial gap. The cracks in the space were healing on their own. The other Grand Elders kept bombarding the cracks in the space. Boom, boom, boom. The sky-reaching warship successfully left the Yellow Spring River and rushed into the gap. Not long after, the Heavenspan battleship charged out of the spatial gap and landed on a piece of land, stirring up a cloud of dust. "I'm back." Lu Ming sensed it carefully and was overjoyed. This was definitely the battlefield. After going around in a big circle, Lu Ming returned to the battlefield again and brought back a large number of experts. With the addition of this group of Archean body cultivators, the strength of Two World City would also increase. "Brother Lu Ming, we will follow you now." One of the Grand Supreme Elders waved his hand, and the heaven-connecting battleship shrunk rapidly. He put it away and smiled at Lu Ming. The Lan family's banquet, everyone's gaze was on Lu Ming. None of them had been to the Taiqing Heavenly Region or the battlefield before. Naturally, they had to rely on Lu Ming. "Seniors, follow me." Lu Ming identified the direction and headed in the direction of Two World City. The rest of the people followed him. The battlefield they were in was not the battlefield of the illusionary emperors, the battlefield of the true emperors, or the battlefield of the great sovereigns. It was an ordinary battlefield. Their auras were too powerful as they charged through the air with astonishing might. On the way, some alien races encountered them, and their expressions changed. They turned and ran, but they were killed with a single punch by the Archean body cultivator. They had encountered several waves of foreign races, but they were all killed by the enraged immemorial body cultivators. Right now, all of the Archean body cultivators were furious. Because of the foreign races, they had lost their homes and ancestral lands. Naturally, they were furious. Not long after, Two World City finally appeared in front of them. Thump! Boom! When Lu Ming and the rest approached, deafening war drums reverberated above Two World City. On the city walls, there was a flash of light and figures appeared one after another. It was obvious that the experts above Two World City had already discovered them. However, there were too many of them, and many of their auras were too strong. This naturally raised the alert of Two World City. Everyone were on the same side, were the living beings of the heaven realm. Someone shouted, "Who are you people?" A voice rang out from Two World City. The people in Two World City were also very surprised. Although there were many heaven realm creatures on the battlefield outside the Two World City, there were not as many of them. Furthermore, some of them had extremely strong auras, and they were all unfamiliar to him. This was shocking. "Everyone, I'm Lu Ming." At this moment, Lu Ming walked out and said loudly, "What? Lu Ming?" The people in Two World City were clearly shocked. Didn't Lu Ming die? He actually appeared again. Could it be that he's not dead and the rumors are false? Then who are those people beside him? The Two World City was abuzz with discussion. "Everyone, these are our own people. Open the formation and let us in." Lu Ming said loudly. "Lu Ming, you can come in, but we need to report the others. We don't know where they come from. If we let them in rashly, we can't bear the consequences if something happens." A tall and sturdy man said. 111 Take responsibility. At this moment, a voice came from Two World City. As soon as the voice fell, a few figures appeared on the Two World City. The leader was the Hengyu Heavenly Emperor. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu looked at Lu Ming, his face filled with joy. They're all humans or divine beasts from the heaven realm. They're definitely not from the foreign races. Activate the formation and let them in. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said. Yes. The others obeyed. The Eternal Universe Heavenly Emperor was a Heavenly Emperor, and not an ordinary one at that. His combat strength was extremely powerful, second only to those at the Heavenly Venerable rank. No one dared to disobey his orders. Soon, the light shield outside Two World City began to ripple, and a huge gap appeared. Enter. Lu Ming was the first to rush in. The others followed suit. Not long after, everyone had entered Two World City. The light shield outside the Two World City closed up again. "Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, I knew you would be fine. There were rumors that you were dead, but one didn't believe it at all." Heavenly Emperor Hengyu walked over and laughed heartily. He was extremely happy. Then he looked at the Archean body cultivator, Rinchan and the others and asked, "Lu Ming, who are they?" The Eternal Universe Heavenly Emperor was extremely shocked, because some of them made his heart palpitate, and he felt a strong pressure. He had never seen these people before, which made him quite shocked and curious. They're from 10,000 Spirit Heavenly Region. They're from the Immemorial Body Cultivators. Lu Ming gave a brief introduction. At the same time, he told them about his experience. The Immemorial Body Cultivator lineage. Heavenly Emperor Hengye's pupils contracted as he cupped his fists at the Supreme Elders of the Archean Body Cultivator. Hengyu. Greetings, fellow Taoists. You're welcome. The old body cultivator also nodded politely. Lu Ming, one didn't expect that you would come to the 10,000 Spirit realm when there were rumors that you had died. It's amazing. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu sighed. Senior Hengyu. Were the people who said one had died from the Lan family or the Yen family? Lu Ming said, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. That's right. They also said that you killed your fellow cultivators in the heaven realm for treasures. They saw you and wanted to take you down, but they accidentally rushed into a broken small world. And that small world collapsed in the end. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said. The Lan family and the Yen family are really shameless. They were the ones who wanted to kill me and take my indestructible ancient scroll. They also killed the people in the heaven realm and put the blame on me. Lu Ming's voice was cold. He was filled with killing intent at the thought of Bai Tai's death. I knew it. As expected, the Lan and Yen families are doing very well. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu was also enraged upon hearing this, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Since I've returned, I must take revenge. I'll make a trip to the Lan family and the Yen family, Lu Ming said coldly. Even if it wasn't for anything else, he must avenge Bai Tai's death. He wouldn't let off a single one of those who had attacked him. Lu Ming, the Lan family and the Yen family are not in Two World City now. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu said. Not in Two World City. Lu Ming was puzzled. That's right. The headquarters of the Lan family and the Yen family are not in the Two World City, but in the central region of the Taiqing Heavenly region. The Two World City is just their station. In the past 2 years, the alien races have stopped their attacks and the number of wars has decreased. Therefore, some of the experts of the Lan family and the Yen family are not here. Recently, Lan Xia, the pride of the Lan family, is going to marry Shenhuang Lu. They'll hold a grand banquet, and countless experts will gather in the Lan family. They'll all be in the central region of the Taiqing Heavenly region. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu explained. Lan Xia and Shenhuang Lu, 2 of the 9 absolutes. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. He had heard of these 2 names before. They were 2 of the 9 absolutes of the Heaven Realm's younger generation. They were both peerless geniuses. Especially Shenhuang Lu, who was ranked 2nd among the 9 absolutes. Many people said that he had the chance to become the first among the 9 absolutes and stand at the peak of the younger generation in the Tianyuan world. Lan Xia is the proud daughter of the Lan family and Lan Yun's elder sister. Her marriage with Shenhuang Lu can be said to be a powerful alliance and has attracted everyone's attention. I heard that the Lan family has invited most of the Heaven Realm's proud children. There will be a grand event. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu said. When will they get married? Lu Ming asked. Half a month later. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu said. Chapter 2310 Returning to Primal Chaos Palace. In half a month? The Lan and Yen families will have to pay the price eventually. Lu Ming muttered, his voice getting colder and colder. Lu Ming, don't act rashly. The Lan family is by no means comparable to ordinary forces. The Lan family is an extremely ancient family with a deep foundation and many experts. There's not only a heavenly emperor in Lan City. It's said that the Lan family also has an old ancestor who's a peerless powerhouse in the 4-star Heavenly Emperor realm. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu said with a serious expression. However, Lu Ming's eyes were firm and he was unmoved. In addition, the Lan family has existed for countless years and is on good terms with many major forces. For example, the Yen family. The Yen family is just an ordinary major force. They have a celestial Varch in charge and have a marriage relationship with the Lan family. The 2 families are very close. In addition, there are many forces similar to the Yen family who are on good terms with the Lan family. This time, they will all rush over. If you rush over, I'm afraid you will suffer a great loss. So if you want to go, you must be careful. If you really want to go, I'll go with you. However, the other celestial emperors of the primordial realm have to guard Two World City, so I'm afraid they can't leave. The Heng Yu Heavenly Emperor explained the structure of the Lan family's forces and their general strength to Lu Ming. However, seeing the determination in Lu Ming's eyes, he knew that Lu Ming had already made up his mind and had agreed to go with him. Many thanks, Senior Heng Yu. Thank you. Lu Ming expressed his gratitude. If I want to go, I naturally have to be confident. After saying this, he walked towards the supreme elders of the immemorial body cultivators and cupped his fists. Seniors, this junior has a matter that he would like to ask you for help with. If there's anything you need our old bones for, just say it. An old man laughed heartily. He was very forthright. I would like to invite the few seniors to follow me to a place. Lu Ming told her that he was going to the Lan family. No problem. The supreme elders of the Archean body cultivators agreed. Ever since Lu Ming had displayed his unparalleled talent in physical cultivation, They had regarded him highly. Moreover, it was all thanks to Lu Ming that they were able to enter Two World City this time. If Lu Ming was in trouble, they would naturally help him. The Eternal Universe Heavenly Emperor also smiled. He knew that these old men were extremely terrifying. With their help, their chances of success would be much greater. Lu Ming will help them arrange a place to stay. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said. Senior Hengyu, is there any place that's vast and uninhabited? This time, quite a few body cultivators have come, and they're all in our small world. Lu Ming said. Oh, how many people are there? Heavenly Emperor Hengyu asked. About 30 billion people. Lu Ming said. Oh, only 30 billion? That's easy. There's a vast, uninhabited mountain range not far from Two World City. It's enough for them to live in. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu pondered for a moment before he thought of a place. 30 billion people seemed like a lot, but to the vast territory of the Tai-Ching Heaven, it was just a drop in the ocean. The population of the Tai-Ching Heavenly region was simply uncountable. Any small region would have more than tens of billions of people. Not long after, they set out and came to a vast and boundless mountain range. This mountain range stretched for millions of miles and accommodated 30 billion people. At once, Lu Ming and the people from the small world moved their minds, and a large number of people appeared in the mountain range. Then an archaic body cultivator went up to make arrangements. Everyone cut down wood, moved stone, and repaired the houses. Most of the immemorial body cultivators were extremely powerful, so it was extremely easy for them to do this. He believed that in a few days, they would be able to completely settle down here. Ren Chan and the others also chose a place to settle down. Their eyes were somewhat sad. Their small world had a large population, but now not many had come. Many had died in battle. In particular, some of the top experts were not here. Lu Ming discussed with the Hengyu Heavenly Emperor and the rest. They decided that it would not be too late to visit the Lan family in a few days. Lu Ming returned to Two World City and met Mulan. Mulan was naturally overjoyed to see Lu Ming. The two of them reminisced for a while before Lu Ming returned to his residence, planning to have a good rest. I wonder if the Primal Chaos Hall can be contacted now. Lu Ming then thought of the Chaos Hall and took out the Primordial Chaos token. He didn't expect the mixed energy token to move. Lu Ming was overjoyed, and he channeled the world energy into it. Buzz. The Primordial Chaos token vibrated and a beam of light appeared, enveloping Lu Ming. Then Lu Ming's figure disappeared from the spot. Lu Ming seemed to be traveling through the void. That feeling was as if he was taking a long-distance teleportation array. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at a hall. It was the Primal Chaos Palace. As soon as Lu Ming appeared, there was a flash of light in the Chaos Palace. There were a total of 9 figures, each of them emitting different colors. Earth 1, Gold 1. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Greetings, young master. Earth 1, Gold 1, and the rest bowed to Lu Ming. Seniors, there's no need to be so polite. Lu Ming quickly waved his hands. Courtesy cannot be disregarded. Young master has already defeated Yuan Xian, the son of chaos. Furthermore, you have become a great emperor with many types of nomological laws, and even mastered many types of ultimate laws. Such talent is unprecedented. In the future, you will be the master of the Chaos Palace and our young master. Earth 1 said with a serious expression. You guys, have you heard of me? Lu Ming asked curiously. Of course. The Primal Chaos Palace is in the Tai-Ching Heavenly region. The young master's reputation has spread throughout the Tai-Ching Heavenly region. Of course, we've heard of him. Earth 1 said with a smile. The Primal Chaos Hall is in the Tai-Ching Heavenly region? Then why couldn't I contact you guys before? Lu Ming asked curiously. The Primal Chaos Hall was in the Tai-Ching Heavenly region. This wasn't hard to guess. Back then, he was able to enter the Primal Chaos Hall from the Origin continent. It wasn't hard to guess that the Primal Chaos Hall was in the Tai-Ching Heavenly region. That was because only the Tai-Ching Heavenly region had a passageway that was connected to the Yuan continent. Hunyuan sect was probably also in the Tai-Ching Heavenly region. Lu Ming was curious. Previously, he could not contact Earth 1 and the rest. Now he could contact them. Young lord, there are 2 battlefields in the Taiqing heavenly region. The chaotic palace is near one of them. More than 10 years ago, the foreign races suddenly launched a large-scale invasion. An intense battle broke out on that battlefield. We brought the Primal Chaos Palace to participate in the battle and cut off the outside world senses. That's why you didn't attack us. Tui explained. The other 8 people also nodded. Lu Ming had a sudden realization. So that was the case. Recently, the alien races had not invaded. Therefore, Lu Ming could contact Earth 1 and the rest again. Seniors, one would like to ask you about the Chaos Scripture. Lu Ming asked. The Chaos Scripture that he had seemed to be incomplete. Young master, the Chaos Sutra you have is indeed incomplete. There's only the part before you become a divine emperor. The part after you become a divine emperor was supposed to be given to you after you become a divine emperor. But now that you've become a true divine emperor, it's natural that one give it to you. Young master, follow me. With that, Tui walked in one direction. Lu Ming followed him and came to a secret room. Chapter 2311. Heading to the Lan family. In the secret room, a figure sat cross-legged in the air. It was the figure of the Chaos Arch. As soon as Lu Ming entered, the figure turned into a ray of light and rushed into the space between Lu Ming's eyebrows. Instantly, a message appeared in Lu Ming's mind. The Chaos Scripture. Lu Ming muttered. This piece of information was the latter part of the Chaos Scripture. It recorded the derivations of the Chaos Scripture, a series of superpowers, and the combination of various laws. Among them, the laws of chaos were the main. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and comprehended it in detail. The Chaos Scripture contains 18 types of laws, which is similar to the indestructible ancient scroll. Unfortunately, it only focuses on one type of chaos law, which is not suitable for me. However, there are many things in it that one can learn from. Lu Ming pondered. The Chaos Scripture contained 18 laws. Among the 18 types of laws, Lu Ming only had 4 of them. In the future, if Lu Ming wanted to master more laws, he could deduce other laws based on the Chaos Scripture. It would be faster than comprehending them alone. Also, Lu Ming could try to cultivate some of the divine abilities in order to increase his means of fighting his enemies. Of course, Lu Ming's main cultivation direction still had to rely on himself to comprehend and explore. After all, he controlled many ultimate maxims. If he wanted to exert the strongest power of these maxims, he had to explore on his own. After all, since ancient times, no one had mastered multiple ultimate maxims at the same time. A day later, Lu Ming stopped his comprehension. He was not in a hurry now. When he had time in the future, he would choose a few magical power techniques to cultivate. Lu Ming returned to the main hall where Earth 1 and the other 9 were waiting. 2E, what's your cultivation level? Lu Ming asked curiously. The 9 of us belong to 9 different elements, and we are all in the Heavenly Emperor realm. 2E replied. Heavens. The Celestial Emperor? Lu Ming started to nod subconsciously. However, he immediately came to his senses and his mouth was wide open. He was dumbfounded. Earth 1, Gold 1, Wood 1. There were a total of 9 people, and they were all in the form of puppets. Lu Ming had previously thought that Earth 1 and the rest might be at the Great Emperor realm. He had even thought that they might be peak Great Emperors. However, he had never expected that they were all at the Heavenly Emperor realm. 9 Heavenly Emperors, what kind of terrifying power was this? The Primal Chaos Hall was only one of the 9 great halls of the Hunyuan sect. Even if the Primal Chaos Emperor was extremely powerful, it was still shocking to see 9 Heavenly Emperor realm puppets. From this, it could be seen how shocking the Hunyuan sect's strength was at its peak. Ha, good, that's great. Lu Ming was overjoyed. With the help of Earth 1 and the rest, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. Primal Chaos Hall. Is there anyone else other than you? Lu Ming asked again. Yes, but they're all puppets. There are 1,000 of us in each of the 9 elements. Our names are from 1 to 1,000, from the Martial Royal Realm to the Heavenly Emperor Realm. Earth 1 said. Lu Ming nodded. Back then, Tui had sent Tu Qian to follow him to the Divine Wilderness continent. Even now, Tu Qian was still guarding the divine wilderness continent. Seniors, I'll go back first. One have something that one need your help with. In few days, I'll go to the land family in the central region of the Tai-Ching heavenly region. Lu Ming told them about the land family, and invited Earth One and the rest to help. Earth One and the rest naturally agreed. Lu Ming was overjoyed. With Earth One and the rest helping him, he would definitely make the land family pay the price this time. After that, a wave of energy enveloped his body. Not long after, Lu Ming returned to his original place. It seems like there's something similar to a teleportation array on the mixed energy token. As long as it's activated, it'll activate the teleportation array on it. Lu Ming thought to himself. In the next few days, Lu Ming did not cultivate. He had a good rest. A few days later, Lu Ming, the Hengyu Heavenly Emperor, and the 4 Grand Supreme Elders of the Archean Body Cultivators headed for the central part of the Tai-Ching Heavenly Region with Lu Ming. The Tai-Ching Heavenly Region was vast and boundless, not smaller than the entire Yuan continent. It was roughly divided into 5 regions: north, south, east, west, and central. The land family was in the central region. The Hengyu Heavenly Emperor brought Lu Ming along. With the speed of the Heavenly Emperors, they arrived at the Blue Moon City where the land family was located in a few hours. Blue Moon City was an ancient city that completely belonged to the land family. This was the land family's headquarters. The land family had been rooted here for countless years. During this period of time, Blue Moon City was unusually lively and packed with people. The marriage of the land family's proud daughter of heaven and the second-ranked genius of the 9 uniques was a big event. Moreover, they heard that the land family had invited a large number of geniuses. Many people guessed that there would be a grand event, so they naturally came to watch the fun. The Eternal Universe Heavenly Emperor and the others concealed their auras and walked into the Blue Moon City like ordinary people. They found an inn and asked for information. There are so many Heaven's favorites this time. Most of the famous Heaven's favorites from the primordial realm are here. The land family actually has such a big face to be able to invite so many Heaven's favorites? Someone asked. What do you know? It's been a long time since the Heaven realm has had such a grand event. Since the selection of the 9 uniques more than a decade ago, some of the top Heaven's favorites haven't fought with each other. This time, one can take advantage of this opportunity to fight with each other. Also, I heard that the land family has paid a huge price this time. Whoever can get first place this time will be rewarded with Lu Chaos Gems. What? Lu Chaos Gems, what a great deal! Many people were shocked. The land family actually wanted to take out Lu Chaos Gems as a reward for the first place. This was definitely a big deal. Back then, outside Two World City, Lu Ming had captured the prince of the other party in exchange for 100 Chaos Gems. The land family has really put in a lot of effort. Does the land family want to push Shenhuang Lu to the throne of number 1? That's right. Shenhuang Lu is ambitious and has long wanted to challenge Lin Xiaofeng and take the first place. This time, he most likely wants to take this opportunity to defeat Lin Xiaofeng. This way, the Lu Stones of Chaos will not be wasted, and his reputation will be pushed to the peak. The land family has a good plan, but aren't they afraid that Shenhuang Lu will lose to Lin Xiaofeng? If that's the case, we'll suffer a double loss. That's why this time there will most likely be a peak confrontation. That's why so many people have come, and also why so many Heaven's favorites have come. In the restaurant, many people were drinking and talking loudly. Lu Ming and the rest had obtained a lot of information. Lu Chaos Gems. One can't miss this. A glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes and he smiled. It seemed that there would be extra gains this time. Seniors, it seems like we don't have to rush to visit. Let's get the Lu Chaos Gems first. Lu Ming said with a smile. After drinking for a while, they left the place and found a restaurant to stay in. Days passed, and soon it was the day of Lan Xia and Shenhuang Lu's wedding. On this day, Lu Ming used the divine breath technique to change his appearance and aura. Chapter 2311 Head of the 9 Absolutes. With Lu Ming's current cultivation base, No one in the Great Emperor realm would be able to tell that he had cast the divine breath technique. Even the ordinary heavenly emperor-level figures could only see that Lu Ming was in disguise. They could not see through his real appearance. Lu Ming did not plan to reveal his true form right from the start. If he did, the Lan family would definitely not let him get the 100 stones of chaos. He had to change his identity and get the chaos gem first. The Hung Yu heavenly emperor went first, followed by him and the few body cultivators. Not long after, Lu Ming and the rest arrived at a square. The square was hundreds of miles long and wide, but it was already filled with feasts. Many people were casually sitting at the banquet. Guys, look over there. That's the prodigy area. On the side, people were chatting. Lu Ming looked over and noticed that there was an area to the north of the square where many young talents were seated. Long Chun, Phoenix Spirit, Desolate Power, and Bubbles. Lu Ming swept his gaze and saw many familiar faces. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Apart from Bubbles, he had not seen the others for many years. However, now was not the time to reminisce. It would not be too late to reminisce after this matter. At the same time, Lu Ming also saw other people. For example, the Eternal Star River, Yuan Xian, Baoda, Aoku Tian Ming. Most of the top geniuses of the primordial realm had come. The others were all from the heaven realm, such as those who had followed Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin to the primordial realm during the Battle of the Ten Lands. At this moment, Lu Ming realized that there were countless banquets in the square, and they were divided into many different areas. The place they were sitting in was just an ordinary area. Lu Ming did not mind and waited quietly. Look, it's one of the 9 absolutes, the Black Tortoise Forest. There's also Fu Lu and Wang Yi. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Lu Ming looked up at the sky. A few figures were flying in the air, full of a high and mighty attitude. They looked down at the crowd and landed in the area where the young geniuses were. Lu Ming had seen a few of them before. Black Tortoise Forest, Bald Youth Fu Lu. They were all heaven's favorites among the 9 absolutes. Their talents were shocking and their future achievements were unimaginable. It's Lin Xiaofeng. Lin Xiaofeng really came. Immediately after, there was an even greater uproar. Almost everyone's eyes were on a young man in the sky. Lin Xiaofeng was ranked first among the 9 uniques. In the past, he was the strongest Heaven's Pride expert in the Heaven realm. He stood at the peak of countless Heaven's Pride experts and was invincible. He was also someone Shenhuang Lu had always wanted to defeat. Lin Xiaofeng, dressed in black and carrying a long knife on his back, landed in the area of the younger generation with a cold face. Brother Lin. Brother Lin. Many people went up to say hello to Lin Xiaofeng. Lin Xiaofeng nodded slightly in response, then sat there and closed his eyes to rest. Many people were excited. Lin Xiaofeng was here. This time he would definitely have a duel with Shenhuang Lu to determine the winner. More than a decade ago, the two of them had a clash and had a battle of their best. In the end, Lin Xiaofeng won and defeated Shenhuang Lu. Shenhuang Lu had always wanted to defeat Lin Xiaofeng and prove that he was the best in the world. This time, the Lan family had mobilized so many people and had really taken out 100 chaos gems to push Shenhuang Lu to the peak. They were very confident. Therefore, many people wanted to know who would win this time. The Yen clan's celestial emperor has descended. The heavenly emperor of the Luo clan has descended. The lord of the vast expanse hall has arrived. At this time, voices spread across the entire area. Everyone fell silent. The heavenly emperor descended, and all living beings were silent. In the sky, many figures stepped on the air and arrived. From the east, the heavenly emperor of the Yen clan was leading the experts of the Yen clan. From the west, the heavenly emperor of the Luo clan arrived with his experts. These celestial emperors and the powerhouses who had come with them descended in the northernmost area. That was the VIP area, and only those of high status could sit there. These forces were all on good terms with the Lan family. For example, the Yen family and the Luo family were all related to the Lan family by marriage. After that, more and more powerful forces descended. Some of them even sent a heavenly emperor. During this period of time, the foreign tribes had retreated and did not attack again, which was why these heavenly emperors had the time to come here. Ha ha ha. Thank you all for coming. "I'm sorry I didn't come out to welcome you." At this moment, a loud laugh was heard. Then, a group of people flew over from the depths of Blue Moon City. The leader of the group was the Lan family's master, the Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, Lan Cheng. Behind Lan Cheng was a large number of Lan family experts. Among them, Lan Yun was shockingly among them. Beside Lan Cheng, there were two young men and women, who attracted the attention of many people. They were the main characters of the day, Lan Xia and Shenhuang Lu, two of the 9 Ju. "Brother Lan, congratulations. Congratulations to the Lan family for getting a son-in-law." The Yen clan's celestial Tharch and the others stood up to congratulate him. "Many thanks. Everyone, please take a seat." Lan Cheng waved his hand. "Today Lan Xia, the Lan family's prodigy, is married to Shenhuang Lu. Everyone, please don't stand on ceremony and enjoy your meal," Lan Cheng said with a smile. Immediately after, countless people flew out and served wine and food on all the tables. After that, it was time for the grand wedding. The crowd waited patiently. They all knew that the main event was only after the ceremony. Not long after, the ceremony was over. Lan Cheng stood up, faced everyone, and said, "This time, I would like to thank everyone for coming, especially the young geniuses. Since most of them are here, why don't we take this opportunity to spar and let us old guys see the glory of the young generation?" That's good. After the battle more than 10 years ago, the geniuses rarely fought with each other. They were all cultivating. Today is a good time to see the results of their cultivation. Today is the golden age, and the prodigies have gathered. Now there are even more prodigies from the primordial realm. The stars are truly dazzling. Many people nodded and revealed looks of anticipation. The young heavens favorites were also sizing each other up. Faint battle intent was spreading out. For example, Shenhuang Lu's gaze fell on Lin Xiaofeng, and he did not hide his strong fighting spirit. In his eyes, only Lin Xiaofeng was worth his time. This time, the Lan family will also take out some prizes as a reward. The first place winner will be rewarded with 100 chaos gems. No matter who lives first, my Lan family will not go back on our word. Lan Cheng continued, and his voice echoed throughout the entire area. Lin Xiaofeng's eyes lit up. He had come for the 100 chaos gems. Who wouldn't be tempted by 100 chaos gems? However, the other elite sighed. They understood that they were not fated to get the 100 stones of chaos. With Lin Xiaofeng and Shenhuang Lu around, they would not be able to get first. Most of the paragons were not here for the 100 chaos gems. They were only here to spar with the other paragons. The challenge begins. Everyone's eyes turned, each with their own thoughts. "Senior, what are the rules of this competition?" Someone asked. "There are no rules. Whoever wants to fight can come up and challenge whoever you want. There are no rules. It's a free-for-all battle," Lan Cheng explained with a smile. Then he waved his hand and a huge fighting ring appeared in the middle of the square. There was no banquet in the middle of Arichi Square. It was obvious that it was for sparring. "Now who's going to fight first?" Lan Cheng said. "Then I'll start by throwing the brick to guide the jade." A voice was heard. Then, a young man in white rushed up the fighting ring. This young man's gaze swept across the area of the younger generation, and his voice resounded throughout the entire place. "Fong Han, come up and fight. I'm not afraid of you." The person who was challenged shouted and rushed up the fighting ring. Without any unnecessary words, the two of them engaged in a fierce battle. The two of them were just ordinary heaven's favorites. They were not top-tier heaven's favorites because they did not control an ultimate law. The laws they controlled were king path laws. Both of them were at the empty emperor realm. They exchanged blows and the battle was extremely intense. The two of them exchanged hundreds of moves. In the end, the young man in white who went up the stage was more skilled and won. The challenges continued, but the ones who started were all ordinary geniuses. The geniuses who had mastered an ultimate law did not fight. Not long after, Lu Ming saw Long Chun, Desolate Force, and Huang Ling all challenge others. Long Chun, Feng Ling, and the others had not comprehended an ultimate law. They had only comprehended king path laws. After not seeing each other for many years, Their strength had also made great progress. They had mastered 3 to 4 king path laws, and their cultivation had reached the level of a 4-star void emperor. Those who were not born to be children of God would not be able to comprehend an ultimate law after becoming a sovereign. The difficulty was extremely high. However, as long as Long Chun, Feng Ling, and the others had not become emperors, they would have the opportunity to comprehend the ultimate maxim. Around the square, many important figures were drinking and chatting, watching with interest. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. 3 days later, almost all the ordinary paragons had fought. Finally, a paragon who had mastered an ultimate law came to fight. Many people immediately perked up and watched carefully. A battle between top heaven's favorites was more exciting. At the same cultivation level, one's combat power was stronger than normal heaven's favorites. Lu Ming saw Lan Yin, Yin Shi, and Xing Hengyi making their moves. Their talents were definitely top-notch, and they had all defeated their opponents one by one. This was especially true for Heng Xinghe, who had challenged several people in a row and won. However, Lu Ming did not make a move. His goal was 100 chaos gems. There was no use in making a move now. He just had to wait until the end. Boom. Suddenly, a tall and burly figure rushed up the fighting ring. His entire body was black, like an iron tower. Violent virtue. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. After not seeing him for many years, Bao De had become many times stronger. His muscles bulged and he was filled with explosive power. Body cultivators. I didn't think that there would be a prodigy of the body cultivator branch outside. Beside Lu Ming, a few elders who were Archean body cultivators suddenly became interested. They stared at Bao De and sized him up curiously. Bao De was like a wild dragon, and his gaze finally swept to a gray-robed young man. "You come up and fight." Bao De's voice echoed throughout the entire area. The gray-robed young man was the one who had followed Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin to the primordial realm. Furthermore, he had also cultivated the primordial cultivation system. Back then, the gray-robed youth had challenged Bao De, Aoku, and the ancient devil by himself and had easily defeated them. Bao De had always been brooding over this. Now that he had cultivated for many years and his strength had increased greatly, he naturally wanted to challenge the other party and regain his face. Buzz. The gray-robed young man rushed up the fighting ring. "This time, I will defeat you alone." Bao De's eyes were filled with ferocity. He was like a giant beast with a terrifying aura. "Make your move." The gray-robed young man spoke, and a powerful aura burst out from his body. Boom. The two of them moved at the same time, and they collided fiercely. A deafening boom erupted in the fighting ring, and the two figures were forced to retreat. The first move was a tie. Again. The two of them clashed again. Many people were watching with great interest. Even some of the Great Emperor Realm and Heavenly Emperor Realm powerhouses were watching seriously. That was because the two of them cultivated the immemorial system. Bao De, an immemorial body cultivator. The gray-robed young man, primordial martial arts. The two of them fought the strong head-on and exchanged dozens of moves in the blink of an eye. Over the years, Bao De had become much stronger than before. He was actually able to fight with the gray-robed youth, and it was difficult to determine the victor in a short time. One had to know that the gray-robed young man had easily defeated them back then. This reminded Lu Ming of Celestial Emperor Kong Yin's words. Some of the primordial realm's top prodigies were as talented as the heaven realm's prodigies. It was just that they had limited resources, so their cultivation levels were weaker. That was why their combat strength was far inferior to the heaven realm's prodigies. But now, the primordial realm's prodigies had received the heaven realm's resources, and their cultivation levels had quickly caught up. Now they could truly fight against the heaven realm's prodigies. "This brat He is not bad," an old Archean body cultivator next to Lu Ming said with an interested expression. "He's indeed not bad. The physical cultivation technique he practices isn't very brilliant, but he has such achievements. He's indeed a peerless talent in physical cultivation. If he's properly trained, his achievements will be limitless," another old man said. It was obvious that the elders had a strong interest in brutal virtue. Roar. On the fighting ring, Bao De roared like a mad beast. His attacks were crazy. Towards the end, He even ignored his own defense and attacked crazily, adopting a fighting style where both sides would suffer. This made the gray-robed young man's face turn serious. In the end, he exchanged a few moves with Bao De in a row, and then floated backward, out of the fighting ring. "I'm done, I admit defeat," the gray-robed youth said before returning to his seat. "Ha ha." Bao De grinned and laughed wildly. Finally, his gaze swept over the other young men. He still wanted to fight. "Bao De, that's enough. Now it's my turn." A voice was heard. Then a figure rushed into the fighting ring. It was Creek. Bao De chuckled and got off the fighting ring. Then he challenged a Heaven Realm's proud son of heaven. Furthermore, he had also defeated his opponent. What do these people from the primordial realm want to do? You all want to challenge the Heaven Realm's prodigies? In the area for young Heaven's favorites, a young man said coldly. The expressions of many Heaven Realm paragons changed slightly as they looked at the primordial realm paragons, such as Ming, Yuan Xian, and Bubbles. However, Ming and Yuan Xian didn't say anything. They just stared at the fighting ring. Meanwhile, Bubbles turned her head and looked around, not looking at the others. The battle for the most powerful Void Emperor next. Ancient Devil made his move. He also defeated an opponent. This made some of the Heaven Realm's elites' faces turn ugly. Buzz. Another figure rushed up the fighting ring. Yuan Xian. Many people's gazes moved, especially those who knew the inside story. In the primordial realm, Yuan Xian was the top genius, ranked third. Over the years, as the primordial realm's prodigies continued to grow, their influence in the Heaven Realm also grew. Lu Ming had become a saint emperor with many laws. This was unprecedented and shook the Heaven Realm. As for Ming, Bubbles, and the others, their strength increased rapidly, and their fame grew among the younger generation in the Heaven Realm. Naturally, there were more people who went to understand the geniuses of the primordial realm. The battle results of the 10 Lands battle back then were also exposed, and many people knew about it. Yuan Xian was ranked third in the primordial realm back then, second only to Lu Ming and Ming. His talent was absolutely shocking, and even in the Heaven Realm he was the top. Some people even thought that he might be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the 9 Ju in the future. Who was he going to challenge now? Yuan Xin's eyes fell on Ming. Ming, come out and fight. Yuan Xin's voice rang out. Many people were surprised. Many people thought that Yuan Xian would also challenge the Heaven Realm's proud sons of heaven. They didn't expect that he would challenge Ming. That year, in the Battle of the 10 Lands of the Yuan continent, Yuan Xian was defeated by Ming. He must want to challenge and defeat him. Indeed, many people nodded. Ming, dressed in white, was elegant and handsome, attracting the attention of many young women. He stood up, took a step forward, and landed on the fighting ring. Yuanxin, you weren't my match back then, and now, you're even less of a match for me. Ming said indifferently. He was full of confidence in himself. Don't be too full of yourself. Today, I will defeat you and prove that I'm stronger than you. It's a pity that Lu Ming is dead. Otherwise, I would also defeat him and prove to everyone who is the number 1 in the primordial realm. Yuan Xian said, her eyes shining with a strong desire to fight. His ambition was higher than the sky, but he could only get 3rd place in the Battle of the 10 Lands back then. He was unwilling to give up, and he wanted to take back his throne as the number 1 in the primordial realm. Make your move, Ming said indifferently. His face was calm and indifferent, as if he didn't take Yuan Xin's words to heart. Boom. Yuan Xian burst out with a powerful aura. It was much stronger than when he fought Lu Ming in Yaoguang Ancient City. There were 4 different types of laws on his body, and they rushed toward Ming. With the Chaos Laws as the leader, the 4 different types of laws formed a terrifying superpower. Boom. Yuan Xian threw a punch, and mountains of chaos pressed down on Ming. A dazzling white light spread out from Ming's body. He pointed out a finger, and a bright light burst out, blasting toward those mountains. Boom. 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 The mountain created by Ming fell apart and exploded. Defeat. Then Tianming suddenly took a step forward and pressed down with his finger. Boom. A terrifying pressure pressed down on Yuan Xian. At the same time, a bright light spread toward Yuan Xian like a stormy sea. This was also a terrifying divine ability. With the laws of fate as the main source and the addition of other laws, the power was astonishing. Die. Yuan Xian roared as he unleashed all his strength and attacked madly. However, his attacks were constantly being shattered and disintegrated by the light emitted by the heavens' will finger. In the end, those rays of light hit Yuan Xian. Yuan Xin's body trembled violently, and she spat out a large mouthful of blood as she was sent flying out of the battle platform. The entire venue fell silent. Many people looked at Tianming in shock, especially the proud children of heaven from the primordial realm. They were the most surprised. Tianming's strength was too terrifying. He had actually defeated Yuan Xian in just a few moves. Back then, during the Battle of the Primordial Realm's 10 lands, Tianming had to use many moves to defeat Yuan Xian. He had even used his ultimate move to defeat Yuan Xian. But now he had easily defeated Yuan Xian. Obviously, Tianming's improvement speed had far surpassed Yuan Xin's. No, that's impossible. Standing in the air, Yuan Xian was at a loss, clearly unable to accept all this. This time, he had wanted to defeat Tianming and prove to everyone that he was the number one in the primordial realm. However, the final result was that he had suffered a crushing defeat. Furthermore, it had only been a few moves, and he had lost miserably. His strength was far from Tianming's. Yuanxin, you're too weak, Tianming said indifferently. His words caused Yuan Xian to spit out another mouthful of blood, and her body swayed. Then Tianming stopped looking at him, and looked at the other young heaven's favorites. When Tianming's gaze swept over them, except for Jiuju, the other young men's faces all changed. From the attack just now, Tianming's strength was simply unfathomable. No one knew what level he had reached. Who would he challenge next? In the end, the heavenly general's eyes fell on one of the young men. Ming. He had always been known as the strongest Void Emperor among the younger generation of the Heaven Realm. Of course, ever since Lu Ming rose to power, he was no longer the strongest Void Emperor. Back then, when Lu Ming became a Void Emperor, he defeated him with a single spear. Was Tianming going to challenge Yibing? Yabing, come out and fight. As expected, Tianming's voice sounded. You're overestimating yourself, Yabing said coldly. He took a step forward and appeared on the fighting ring. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. Back then, he had suffered a crushing defeat at Lu Ming's hands, and his reputation had been greatly reduced. Therefore, he did not have a good impression of the prodigies from the primordial realm, who were the same as Lu Ming. Now, Tianming actually wanted to challenge him again. He would give Tianming an unforgettable lesson. Bang! Tianming took a step forward, and his body burst out with a shocking light. Following that, he pointed out with his finger. A dazzling light shot towards Yiming. Divine Weapon Seal Technique. Heaven's Will. Yabing shouted as he quickly formed a seal with his hands. A giant tower was formed and pressed down on Tianming. Boom! The giant tower and the light from the heavens will finger clashed together, creating a shocking explosion. After that, the giant tower formed by Yabing started to shake crazily. It emitted a cracking sound and was covered in cracks. Yabing's expression changed. His hands quickly formed a seal, and a vase appeared. From the mouth of the vase, a large amount of sword chi was spat out. Then, another saber appeared and slashed toward Tianming. The River of Fate. At this moment, Tianming used his ultimate move, the River of Fate. He stood in the River of Fate, as if he was immortal and could control fate. Tianming's move was much stronger than before. Back then, it had only been a single law of fate, but now other laws had been added in, and its power was astonishing. Boom! 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 Tianming and Yabing were engaged in an intense battle. The two of them each used their own techniques and ultimate moves, constantly clashing. On the fighting stage, all kinds of weapons flew around, and all kinds of light burst forth. Chapter 2315 Bubbles Strength in the Blink of an Eye. Ming and Yibing had exchanged dozens of moves. At this moment, Ming was actually starting to gain the upper hand. Ming, what terrifying combat strength. He can actually suppress Yiming. Many people were shocked. One must know that Yibing was the strongest illusionary emperor among the younger generation in the Heaven Realm. Back then, although he was defeated by Lu Ming, it was only because Lu Ming was too freakish and not because Yibing was weak. And now, even Destiny was able to suppress Yibing. Ming, as expected of the second-ranked genius of the primordial realm. He's too shocking, and his talent is terrifying. That's right. If the primordial realm had not produced an even more abnormal Lu Ming, he would have been invincible. The laws of fate, every single one of them is abnormal. Once they grow, their achievements will be limitless. The surroundings were filled with the sound of discussion. Many people sighed. Destiny talent was terrifying. In the future, he would definitely be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Ninju, and even surpass some of the Ninju. However, everyone thought of Lu Ming immediately. Although Destiny was strong, it was still suppressed by Lu Ming. Everyone sighed. It was not that Destiny was not strong, but Lu Ming was too abnormal, and could not be understood with common sense. 11 Yibing roared in anger. He was actually being suppressed by the heavenly fate. He was unwilling to accept this, and wanted to erupt with all his strength. He attacked madly, wanting to turn the situation around. He formed all kinds of divine weapons and attacked Ming. Unfortunately, these divine weapons kept exploding and shattering under the attack of Ming. The more Ming fought, the stronger he became. His advantage continued to increase and he completely suppressed Yiming. Bang! In the end, Yibing was sent flying. He spat out a large mouthful of blood as he was sent flying out of the battle stage. Yibing had been defeated. This heaven's favorite, who had been known as the #1 Void Emperor, had been defeated once again. What powerful strength! The primordial realm really produced a few prodigies. Other than Lu Ming, Ming should be the strongest among the Void Thearchs. Yes, among the Void Emperors, no one is a match. Many people were discussing that Ming's reputation had reached its peak. Some of the 9 absolutes looked at Ming with a serious expression. When Ming became a true emperor in the future, he would definitely be a huge threat to them. However, Shenhuang Lu and Lin Xiaofeng's eyes were calm and revealed great confidence. Ming didn't continue the challenge. He left the fighting ring and returned to his seat. Now, it's time for the battle between the 9 absolutes. Many people thought in their hearts and became more and more expectant. However, at this moment, a small figure appeared on the fighting ring in a flash. That is, a space-time spirit mouse. Many people's eyes moved. Bubble. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Bubbles was about to make a move. It had been many years since he had seen Bubbles in action. Lu Ming wanted to see how strong Bubbles' combat strength had become. The top 10 warbeasts had amazing talent. Now that they had received guidance from a mighty figure of the Heaven Realm, their progress would definitely be amazing. Bubbles' gaze swept around and finally landed on Heng Xinghe and Yuan Xian. The two of you come up. 111 let you join forces. Chirp chirp. Bubbles pursed her lips, and the crisp sound reverberated throughout the entire area. This guy is indeed going to challenge the Star River and Yuan Xian. Lu Ming smiled. Heng Xing River and Yuan Xian had a grudge against Lu Ming. In the past, they had been targeting Lu Ming. Bubbles naturally remembered it. Heng Xinghe and Yuan Xin's expressions turned ugly. I alone am enough to deal with you. The one I defeated back then. Why do I need 2 people? Yuan Xian said indifferently, and rushed up the fighting ring. You can't do it. I'll defeat you in 1 move. He pouted indifferently, revealing a look of disdain. Defeat me in 1 move? Ridiculous, simply ridiculous. Yuan Xian laughed crazily. Bubbles actually said that she wanted to defeat him in 1 move. She couldn't even fulfill her destiny. Who did she think she was? What a joke. You make the first move. 111 let you make the first move. Otherwise you won't have the chance anymore. Chirpy. Peoba said, as if she did not care about Yuan Xian at all. Yuan Xian was furious. Then I'll fulfill your wish. Yuan Xian shouted and rushed toward the bubble. At the same time, he unleashed his strongest combat strength. Yuan Xian did not dare to be careless in the face of the space-time spirit rat. He used his strongest combat power in his first attack. He was surrounded by all sorts of laws as he charged towards Bubbles. However, when he was halfway there, his body froze in mid-air. The various laws that covered his body disappeared without a trace. Yuan Xin's expression changed drastically. With a furious roar, she once again controlled the laws, but RHE moment the laws appeared, they disappeared. Time law, it's time law. Using time laws to control the power of time, traveling through time, returning to the moment when the other party didn't use any laws. Therefore, once Yuan Xin's laws came out, they disappeared. How terrifying. Many people saw the trick and were shocked. This was already mobilizing the power of time. He was only an empty emperor, but he could do this. He was indeed worthy of being a space-time spirit rat. At this moment, Bubbles appeared in front of Yuan Xian and kicked her in the face. Yuan Xian was sent flying out of the fighting ring like a broken sandbag and landed heavily on the ground. She spat out a mouthful of blood and her face was completely swollen. She had lost. Yuan Xian had lost. Bubbles had really only used one move. Many people were shocked. Bubbles' combat strength had exceeded their expectations. Ming's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Bubbles with a solemn expression. Useless. Peoba muttered, no longer looking at Yuan Xian. This caused Yuan Xian to spit out another mouthful of blood. That was anger. Today, Yuan Xian had suffered a huge blow. He had wanted to defeat Ming and take revenge for the humiliation he had suffered back then. However, in the end he was easily defeated by destiny. Now he was defeated by Bubbles in one move. Back then, Bubbles had been his defeated opponent. Now, however, she had defeated him with a single move. This was hard for him to accept. Bubbles ignored him and swept his gaze across the remaining young men. Those who were caught by his gaze had a change in expression. Will he challenge the heavenly mandate realm? Many people thought so. In the end, Bubbles did not challenge heaven's will. Instead, her gaze fell on Oyu Yibing. You come out and fight. Bubbles pointed at Oyu Yibing and said. Oyu Yibing's face was extremely dark. Bubbles actually challenged him? But today he had to fight the challenge. He couldn't back down, or his reputation would be completely ruined. He stepped out and landed on the fighting ring. Although your space-time nomological laws are profound, it also depends on the opponent. If the opponent's strength is greater than yours, your space-time nomological laws will not work. I'm not Yuan Xian. I'll use a powerful force to directly break your space-time nomological laws. Oyu Yibing said. Many people were moved. That was indeed the case. And NBSB RHE space-time laws were extremely profound and unpredictable. They could manipulate the power of time and space, making them terrifying. However, there was no law that was truly invincible. When one's power reached a certain level, one could break all laws. As long as one's strength was strong enough, one could break through the space-time laws. The Great Battle of the Nine Supremes. You talk too much. If you don't make a move, then 111 make a move. Pow Pow mumbled before suddenly charging towards the other party. His speed was extremely fast, as though he was traveling through the void. Oyu Yibing did not dare to be careless. He used the divine weapon seal technique, and surrounded his body with all sorts of weapons. The weapon trembled and shattered the void, stopping the Bubbles from attacking. Oyu Yibing's strength was indeed much stronger than Yuan Xin's. His combat strength was shocking and could already affect Bubbles' space-time law. Therefore, Bubbles naturally could not defeat Oyu Yibing as easily as she did with Yuan Xian. However, after the two of them exchanged blows, Bubbles still had the upper hand. Bubbles' figure flickered. No matter how Oyu Yibing attacked, he could not hit Bubbles. In fact, under the influence of Bubbles' space-time laws, Oyu Yibing's speed had slowed down significantly. The speed at which he could form the divine weapon seal had also slowed down significantly. After a few dozen moves, he was sent flying by bubbles and was severely injured. Yabing had been defeated again. He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He had suffered 2 consecutive defeats today, both at the hands of the primordial realm's elites. The space-time spirit mouse's talent is indeed amazing. It's only been a few years, and it's already reached this level. That's only natural. The top 10 beasts will all be peak experts when they mature. What do you guys think of the space-time spirit rat's combat strength compared to Tianming's? It's hard to say. I feel like the space-time spirit mouse is stronger. Not necessarily. Many people discussed animatedly. While they were shocked, they couldn't help but compare Tianming with Papa. Both of them had defeated Yabing. It could be said that they were standing at the peak of the empty emperor realm. However, it was really hard to compare who was stronger. And NBSB in terms of laws, the fate laws were indeed stronger, even stronger than the space-time laws. However, a law also depended on who was using it. The space-time spirit mouse was born with the ability to control the space-time laws. No living creature could compare to the space-time spirit mouse in the use of the space-time laws. Those so-called sons of God could control the laws of time and space, but they were far inferior to the space-time spirit rat in the use of the laws. Therefore, it was hard to say who would win. Many people were curious. Would Pow Pow challenge the heavens next? However, everyone was disappointed. Bubbles did not challenge Tianming. As if she had had enough fun, she left the fighting ring in a flash. After the bubble disappeared, no one at the empty emperor realm went up to challenge him. Many people revealed looks of anticipation. Next, it was the main event, the battle between the 9 Ju. This time, the reason why so many people had come was to watch the battle between the 9 absolutes. More than a decade ago, the 9 uniques had fought each other and ranked each other. In the past 10 years, the 9 uniques had rarely fought. Everyone wanted to see if there had been any changes in the ranking of the 9 uniques in the past 10 years. Buzz. A figure rushed up the fighting ring. It was the Black Tortoise Forest. As expected, he is the first one to make a move. The Black Tortoise Forest is ranked last among the 9 absolutes. I wonder if he'll be able to charge up this time. It's hard to say. None of the 9 absolutes are weak. We'll only know after we fight. Everyone expressed their own opinions. Next, the Shenhuang Lu Forest began to issue challenges. The Heaven's favorite he challenged was ranked 8th among the 9 absolutes. The two of them exchanged many moves, but in the end, the Black Tortoise Forest was defeated. He was no match for the other. The Black Tortoise Forest wasn't willing to give up. After taking a pill to adjust his condition to the peak, he challenged the 7th-ranked genius, but he was still defeated. In the end, he was helpless and did not continue to challenge. His ranking remained at 9th place. Following that, it was all the duels between the 9 absolutes, and the intense battles continued. The 9 absolutes were all existences who had stepped into the true emperor realm a long time ago. Their powerful combat strength attracted everyone's attention. This was especially true for the Heaven's favorites below the Voidtharch level. They could learn a lot by watching carefully. The exciting battles continued one after another. However, there were very few changes in the rankings. In the past, those who were ranked higher would indeed have stronger combat strength. It was still the same until now. There was only one change. The 5th-ranked Heaven's favorite defeated the 4th-ranked Heaven's favorite, and replaced his position. As for the others, the rankings basically didn't change. Soon, the 3rd-ranked genius defeated his opponent. He turned his eyes to Shenhuang Lu and Lin Xiaofeng. In the end, he challenged Shenhuang Lu, who was ranked 2nd. You're overestimating yourself. Shenhuang Lu stepped forward and landed on the fighting ring. I will defeat you within 10 moves. Shenhuang Lu said indifferently, full of confidence. 10 moves? Shenhuang Lu, you're overconfident. The 3rd-ranked genius. His expression was a little unsightly. I'm already giving you too much credit by saying 10 moves. Do you understand? Let's go. Shenhuang Lu said indifferently as he charged toward the 3rd-ranked youth. The person in 3rd place was a young man in blue. He had fought with a prince of a foreign race outside of Two World City, and was defeated. Back then, he had the battle power of an 8th-level true emperor. Now his combat strength had undoubtedly become stronger. Boom. The young man in blue exploded with all his strength and attacked with a terrifying sacred art. 10th level true emperor battle power. Someone exclaimed. The young man in blue was much stronger than when he fought the non-human prince. His fighting power had increased by 2 stages, reaching the fighting power of a 10th stage true emperor. It was already extremely shocking to have such combat strength at this age. Unfortunately, he had run into Shenhuang Lu. World power surged from Shenhuang Lu's body, and nomological laws permeated the air. A heavenly halberd appeared in his hand. Boom. The heavenly halberd was incomparably huge. It became the size of a mountain, and slashed towards the blue-robed young man. The heavenly halberd was indestructible and extremely powerful. As it slashed down, all of the attacks and defenses of the young man in blue were completely destroyed. Boom. The blue-shirt young man's body retreated frantically. He was directly blasted tens of thousands of meters away, and his face was abnormally pale. A deep wound appeared on his body. It was so deep that his bones could be seen, and blood was flowing out. One move and he was severely injured. I've already shown you mercy. Otherwise, you'd be dead. I've said it before. I'll defeat you in 10 moves. Otherwise, I'll defeat you in 1 move. Shenhuang Lu said, and the blue-robed youth's expression turned ugly. 1 move. Shenhuang Lu had really defeated him in 1 move. The difference in combat strength between the two was too great. The scene was silent, and many people were tongue-tied. This result was far beyond their expectations. The young man in blue, ranked 3rd among the 9 absolutes, had been defeated in 1 move despite the huge difference in combat strength between him and Shenhuang Lu. Everyone had thought that even if the young man in blue was no match for Shenhuang Lu, they would still be able to fight. However, the result was completely one-sided. He's a 10th level true emperor, but he couldn't even withstand a single blow and was easily crushed. What level is Shenhuang Lu's combat strength? At least a rank 12 true emperor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to defeat them so easily. In fact, he might even have more than that. No wonder the Lan family offered 100 stones of chaos as a reward. Could it be that Shenhuang Lu can really defeat Lin Xiaofeng? Many people were discussing and guessing in shock. Number 1 of the 9 absolutes this time. Many people had guessed that Shenhuang Lu must have made great progress and had amazing combat power. Otherwise, the Lan family would not have offered 100 stones of chaos as a reward. However, they were still shocked to see the 3rd-ranked genius collapse at Shenhuang Lu's hands. Perhaps, Shenhuang Lu could really fight Lin Xiaofeng. Lan Cheng and some of the Lan family's older generation experts were all smiling. Lan Cheng, in particular, was stroking his beard with a face full of smiles and confidence. Shenhuang Lu stood on the fighting ring. He was tall and full of confidence. He looked at Lin Xiaofeng, and a firm and confident voice came out of his mouth. Lin Xiaofeng, come up and fight. Shenhuang Lu's voice reverberated through the entire area. As you wish. As soon as Lin Xiaofeng's voice fell, his figure was already on the fighting ring. Lin Xiaofeng, more than 10 years ago, you were lucky enough to win against me. Today, one will step on you and let everyone know who the strongest heaven's favorite is, whether it is the heaven realm or the primordial realm. Shenhuang Lu spoke with pride and confidence. 100 chaos gems, I'm definitely taking it. This was Lin Xiaofeng's answer, which was also full of confidence. Everyone's eyes fell on the 2 young figures on the fighting ring. These 2 people were the strongest heaven's favorites in the heaven realm and the primordial realm. Their future achievements were limitless and unpredictable. More than a decade ago, the 2 of them had a great battle. That battle left a deep impression on everyone, and was still unforgettable. After more than a decade, the 2 of them were about to fight again. Who was stronger this time? Boom. Boom. A powerful aura burst out of Shenhuang Lu and Lin Xiaofeng. Their auras met in the void, making a violent roar. Explosive divine slash. A heavenly halberd appeared in Shenhuang Lu's hand. The halberd grew rapidly and pierced through the clouds. Laws revolved around it, and its aura was astonishing. Then the heavenly halberd slashed down at Lin Xiaofeng. Buzz. The sound of the blade resounded through the entire area. Lin Xiaofeng's sword was unsheathed. An array of sword light rushed up and slashed at the other party. Boom! The two terrifying attacks collided with each other, causing the air to shake and the fighting ring to rumble. Endless energy swept out in all directions to the west. Both Shenhuang Lu and Lin Xiaofeng trembled and took a few steps back. However, the two of them stopped and stomped heavily on the fighting ring. Their figures were like two rainbows as they rushed toward each other. Boom! The two of them collided in the middle of the fighting ring, as if two stars had collided. The light of the blade and the halberd swept in all directions. Clang! Clang! Following that, the two of them engaged in an intense battle. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged dozens of moves. What a strong combat power! This level of combat power is already at the 13th stage of True Emperor. That's right. You indeed have the fighting power of a level 13 True Emperor. You've actually reached such a level of fighting power at such a young age. It's really amazing. Many of the older generation sighed. In the past, among the younger generation, it would be considered good if one could become a true emperor at this age, let alone reach the battle power of a rank 13 true emperor. This era was truly an era that made people go crazy. The two of them fought intensely on the fighting ring. As they fought, their auras became stronger and stronger, and the combat power they displayed became stronger and stronger. In the end, their battle strength surpassed the 13th stage of True Emperor and entered the 14th stage of True Emperor. This made many people gasp. Lin Xiaofeng and Shenhuang Lu's combat strength had already reached rank 14 True Emperor. The battle became even more intense. The two of them exchanged more than 200 moves, but neither of them had a clear winner. Lin Xiaofeng, is this your maximum combat power? What a disappointment. Shenhuang Lu's voice was heard. You're only SOSO, it's impossible for you to defeat me. Lin Xiaofeng said. Oh really? Lin Xiaofeng, today is the day one rise. From now on, I'm the number one in the world. Shenhuang Lu shouted and howled. Boom. The power of the heavenly halberd in his hand suddenly soared. The halberd struck out and collided with Lin Xiaofeng's saber. Lin Xiaofeng's saber trembled violently and finally exploded with a loud boom. Lin Xiaofeng retreated rapidly to the edge of the fighting ring before stopping. His chest heaved rapidly as he looked at Shenhuang Lu in shock. A rank 15 True Emperor. You've reached rank 15 True Emperor? Lin Xiaofeng said in disbelief. The scene was also in an uproar. Shenhuang Lu's combat power had reached the 15th level of True Emperor. This was too terrifying. He was so young, but he had already reached this level. A rank 15 True Emperor was almost at the peak of the True Emperor realm. Once he reached the peak of the True Emperor realm, he would be able to break through to the Great Emperor realm. Many of the older generation had to spend an unknown amount of time to reach this step. Shenhuang Lu, on the other hand, had reached this stage in less than 100 years. It was too shocking. The third place, the youth from the Blue Mountain, was only a 10th level True Emperor. The difference between them and a level 15 True Emperor was too great, terrifying. This is too terrifying. Is this Shenhuang Lu's true combat power? No wonder the Lan family is so confident. At this age, they have the battle power of a level 15 True Emperor. Who can match them? The Lan family's offer of 100 stones of chaos may seem generous, but they're actually confident that Shenhuang Lu will definitely get it and push him to the top. This is a brilliant move. Many people discussed and admired the Lan family's methods. Lan Cheng stroked his beard, his face filled with a proud smile. After this, the Lan family would have two geniuses among the 9 absolutes. One of them would be the number one genius in the world. The reputation of the Lan family would be even stronger and reach the peak. In his hands, the Lan family would also become stronger and stronger. Lan Cheng's heart was extremely comfortable. It's a pity that Lu Ming is dead. He didn't get the indestructible ancient scroll. What a pity. Lan Cheng sighed in his heart. Boom. At this moment, Shenhuang Lu stepped forward, and his powerful aura pressed down on Lin Xiaofeng. Lin Xiaofeng, I've said it before. This time, I'll step on you and prove to everyone that I'm the number one in the world. Shenhuang Lu shouted, and the halberd in his hand grew more and more powerful. Fight! Lin Xiaofeng shouted, unwilling to be defeated. He became one with his saber and charged at Shenhuang Lu. However, the difference in combat strength was there, and it was difficult to cross. The difference between a level 14 true emperor and a level 15 true emperor was a real difference in combat power, not in cultivation. The two of them exchanged a few more moves, but Lin Xiaofeng was completely outmatched. He was blown away and spat out a large mouthful of blood. In the end, Shenhuang Lu's attack landed on his body and he was sent flying off the fighting ring. Shenhuang Lu had won. He had defeated Lin Xiaofeng, who was originally in first place. Lu Ming's son Shenhuang Lu stood on the battle stage with the heavenly halberd in his hand. He looked like an invincible god of war. On the contrary, Lin Xiaofeng's face was pale and full of dejection. He had lost. From now on, he was no longer the number one in the world. The number one chosen of the younger generation had changed hands. Ha, good. Lan Qing laughed so hard that flowers bloomed. Everything was just as he had expected. Nothing had changed. Shenhuang Lu had indeed defeated Lin Xiaofeng and won the title of the number one genius. His prestige would reach its peak, and the Lan family's prestige would rise as well. Is there anyone else who wants to fight? If not, this battle is over. Lan Qing stood up with a face full of smiles. His voice resounded throughout the entire area. "Till do it." At this moment, a clear voice was heard. Outside the square, a beam of light flew over at high speed and landed on the fighting ring. This was a 15 or 16-year-old teenager with an elegant demeanor and extraordinary temperament. However, when they saw the young man's appearance, many people were stunned. Lu, Ming, Long Chun, Huang Ling, Desolate Li, Bubbles, and the others were all stunned. At the same time, Lan Yin, Heng Xinghe, Yuan Xian, and the others, including Lan Cheng and the others, were also in a daze. Even Lu Ming himself almost bit his tongue. His eyes widened. It was because this teenager was too similar to Lu Ming. He looked 70 to 80% similar to Lu Ming, but he was more delicate. No, he's not Lu Ming. He's only 15 or 16 years old. It can't be Lu Ming. Someone immediately said. A person's appearance could be changed at will. However, their aura or life aura would not change. One could clearly tell a person's age from their life aura. This teenager was definitely not old. He should be around 15 or 16 years old. Of course, he could not be Lu Ming. Damn it. Could this young man be Lu Ming's illegitimate son? The unscrupulous monk muttered the name of Buddha and muttered softly. However, everyone present was an expert, so they naturally heard it clearly. Many people were moved. Perhaps this was really possible, because the two of them were really too similar. This monk. Lu Ming touched his nose speechlessly and looked at the unscrupulous monk in disdain. He was really overthinking, Lu Ming thought to himself. However, at this moment, the young man turned to the unscrupulous monk and cupped his fists. Master, you know Lu Ming? Of course. Lu Ming is my brother. We've known each other for decades. Young man, what's your relationship with Lu Ming? The monk said. It's my father. The young man said. Lu Ming had been drinking a mouthful of wine, but he spat it out at that moment. He looked at the teenager, dumbfounded. The young man actually said that he was his son? Son. He had a son? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. At the same time, his mind was racing. Little Qing. Suddenly Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He thought of Xian Yanqing. He had only had sex with Xian Yanqing, and the timing matched the young man's age. Furthermore, Lu Ming looked at the teenager carefully, and realized that he did have some resemblance to Xian Yanqing. Could it be? Is he really my son? Lu Ming had an inexplicable feeling in his heart. This feeling was very wonderful and indescribable. The others, such as Long Chun, Fengling, and Bubbles, were also dumbfounded. Brother Lu Ming, you have a son. Little Lu Ming? It really does look like it, chirping. Pow Pow cried out. Nest, I was just randomly guessing at the beginning. I didn't expect that I would be right. The unscrupulous monk's eyes almost popped out. Lu Ming. Huang Ling sighed and felt complicated. Lu Ming's son. The eyes of Lan Yun, Heng Xinghe, Yuan Xian, and the others glowed with a cold light. The Eternal Universe Heavenly Emperor, the Primordial Body Cultivators, and the Grand Supreme Elders all looked at Lu Ming with strange expressions. Lu Ming resisted the urge to rush out. It wasn't the time yet. Even if he was really his and Xianyang's son, it would be the same when they acknowledged him later. If he went out now and showed his true form, he would probably lose the 100 Stones of Chaos. Lancheng and the others would definitely not let him challenge Shenhuang Lu. Many thoughts flashed through everyone's mind. Senior, do you know where my father Lu Ming is now? The young man looked at the unscrupulous monk and continued to ask. He's cultivating in seclusion in a secret place, and won't be able to come out for the time being. The unscrupulous monk made up stories. What closed-door training? I'm telling you, Lu Ming is already dead. A cold voice sounded. It was Lan Yun. The teenager was actually Lu Ming's son. He was unhappy just by looking at him. What did you just say? My mother said that my father is unparalleled in the world. No one in the younger generation can defeat him. How could he have died? The youth glared at Lan Yun. What dogs hit unparalleled? You're just deceiving yourself. Lan Yun said in disdain. In my opinion, you must have been defeated by my father before. You must have even been tortured miserably. Otherwise, you wouldn't belittle him on purpose. The young man's eyes flashed as he said coldly. You. Lan Yun's face was flushed red. The youth's words just happened to poke his sore spot. He had been abused by Lu Ming more than once. He was miserable every time and he had lost all his face. Ha ha ha, little Lu Ming, you're right. He's been tortured by Lu Ming. He's practically begging for mercy on his knees, and crying for his parents. He has betrayed his ancestors. The unscrupulous monk exaggerated, directly implicating the Lan family. This made Lan Cheng's face turn ugly, and he wanted to slap the unscrupulous monk to death. As for Lan Yun, his face was alternating between green and green. All right, young man. You want to challenge me? Who do you want to challenge? Lan Cheng quickly changed the topic. The young man's gaze scanned the crowd of young heaven's favorites and finally landed on the Black Tortoise Forest. I want to challenge him. The young man pointed at the Shenhuang forest. What? Everyone was shocked. The young man actually wanted to challenge the Shenhuang forest. The young man was only 15 or 16 years old. How strong could he be at this age? It was already rare for him to become a great emperor, but he actually wanted to challenge the Shenhuang forest. No matter what, the Black Tortoise Forest was still one of the 9 absolutes. Its cultivation had long broken through to the true emperor realm. And now, it even had the combat power of a 6th-stage true emperor. How could he challenge Jiuju at such a young age? Black Tortoise Lin's expression darkened. He was actually challenged by a 15 or 16-year-old youth. It was truly embarrassing. You're so young. But you're so overconfident that you want to challenge Jiuju. You really don't know your own place. You're no different from your father. Lan Yun was very unhappy. He seized the opportunity to mock and ridicule. Oh, in that case, I'll challenge you first. Come down and fight me. The young man turned his gaze towards Lan Yun. You want to challenge me? Lan Yun's expression changed slightly. Nonsense. You come down and fight me. Don't tell me you don't even dare to accept my challenge. The young man said. Shenhuang Lu's combat power. The young man used a provocative method to challenge Lan Yun. However, even though he knew that this was a goading method, Lan Yun had no choice but to accept it. His opponent was only a 15 or 16-year-old youth. If he didn't even dare to accept the challenge, he wouldn't be able to survive in the future and would be laughed at by others. Since you want to fight, I'll fulfill your wish. Let's go. Lan Yun said coldly as he stepped out and landed on the fighting ring. Lu Ming clenched his fist. He was worried for the teenager. He was ready to take out the fallen star Bao at any time. If the teenager was in danger, he would help. Bubbles and the others were also staring at the scene, especially Bubbles. He would not let anything happen to the young man. You're so arrogant at such a young age. I'd like to see what you're capable of. Lan Yun said coldly. The youth was only 15 or 16 years old, and he did not believe that the other party could match him. He was also a top-notch heaven's favorite. He had only achieved this after decades of bitter cultivation. He had never heard of a 15 or 16-year-old who could have such achievements. There had never been one in history. Make your move. Once you make your move, you'll naturally be able to see my ability. The youth said indifferently, his expression calm and indifferent, as if he didn't care about Lan Yun at all. The anger in Lan Yun's heart grew heavier and heavier. Since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill your wish. Kill. You're courting death. Lan Yun roared in anger, and light burst out from his body. Then the endless light converged into a giant lion that pounced toward the youth. The lion was as large as a mountain, and its aura was astonishing. Lan Yun used his ultimate move the moment he made his move. If he was hit, the youth would die without a doubt. Since the teenager said that he was Lu Ming's son, he would send him on his way. Lan Yun's eyes flashed with a malevolent expression. Seeing that the giant lion was about to pounce on the young man made his move. A layer of black light emanated from his body, and then a black sword light burst out and slashed at the giant lion. The giant lion formed by the blue cloud's sacred art seemed to be made of tofu. It couldn't withstand a single blow, and was directly destroyed by the black light that the young man shot out. Furthermore, the black light did not stop and continued to charge towards Lan Yun. The black light's speed was astonishingly fast, and Lan Yun had no way to avoid it. How is that possible? Die! Lan Yun bellowed in rage and continuously punched out with his fists. One giant lion after another pounced out, but they were all swept away by the black light and fell apart. Whoosh! The black light struck Lan Yun, causing him to scream in pain. His body retreated frantically, but it was useless. His body was directly cut in two by the black light, and he fell to the ground, wailing in pain. Hiss hiss hiss. Many people gasped and looked at the young man in shock. With just one move, the young man had cut Lan Yun into two. This was too shocking. One should know that Lan Yun was a top-notch heaven's favorite who had mastered an ultimate law. His current cultivation had even reached the level of a 5-star Void Emperor. It was too shocking that he couldn't even withstand a single move from the young man. Some of the older generation saw even more. What kind of power is that? It's so terrifying. This young man's cultivation base is at the 3-star Void Emperor realm, but the power he cultivates is so powerful that it's terrifying. That's right. It's similar to the power of the ancient cultivation system, but it's more condensed, sharper, and more terrifying. Some of the older generation were discussing. It was already extremely shocking for a youth to have reached the 3-star Void Emperor realm at his age. However, the power that the young man cultivated was even stranger. The youth's attack did not have any nomological fluctuations. Clearly, the youth did not cultivate in the nomological system. However, it was not because of the ancient cultivation system, as the youth's power was even more terrifying than the power cultivated by the ancient cultivation system. Some of the older generation discussed in surprise. Nest, that's amazing. You're too awesome. As expected of Lu Ming's son, he defeated Lan Yun in one move. He's really amazing. The unscrupulous monk, Long Chun, and the others were also discussing in shock. This power. Only Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He had seen this power once before. Back then, after he had sex with Xian Yinqing, the next day, Xian Yinqing seemed to have changed into a different person and attacked him. This was the power that Xian Yinqing was using. It was indestructible, and its attack power was extremely powerful. It could even penetrate laws. He's really my son. At this moment, Lu Ming concluded. He felt inexplicably excited. The sudden appearance of a son made it difficult for anyone to remain calm. Lu Ming could not wait to rush out and acknowledge the young man so that he could find out Xian Yinqing's whereabouts. Since the young man was here, Xian Yinqing must be in the Taiqing heavenly region. He had to get to the bottom of this matter. However, there was no rush. It would not be too late to talk about it after the matter with the Lan family was resolved. At this moment, there were already experts from the Lan family who had saved Lan Yun. With Lan Yun's cultivation, being cut in two was a small matter and could be easily healed. The biggest blow to him was that he was defeated by the youth in one move. Impossible, impossible. Lan Yun kept roaring in his heart, finding it hard to accept. He had actually been defeated by a 15 or 16-year-old youth in one move. This was a great humiliation. Can't even withstand a single blow. The young man shook his head and turned to look at the black tortoise forest. Now we can fight, the young man said. Shenhuang Lu's eyes narrowed slightly. He took a step forward and stepped onto the fighting ring. Buzz. Stars spread out from Shenhuang Lu's body. There were a total of 360 stars that covered his entire body. The black tortoise forest didn't dare to be careless when facing the young man. Buzz. A pitch-black sword appeared in the young man's hand. Remember, the one who defeated you is Lu Shenhuang. The young man's voice rang out, and the sword light whizzed out, piercing through the void and slashing toward the black tortoise forest at an extremely fast speed. Divine Desolate Lu. Lu Ming's heart trembled slightly. Was this the name Xian Yanqing had given the young man? The Divine Wilderness referred to the Divine Wilderness continent. It also meant that it was the place where Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing met and fell in love. They had experienced unforgettable years in the Divine Wilderness continent. Heavenly Cycle Stellar Fist. Shenhuang Lu shouted and waved his hands. One star after another flew towards Lu Shenhuang. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lu Shenhuang's sword trembled and sword chi howled. Streaks of black sword radiance slashed towards the stars. Bang, bang. The stars exploded like fireworks. Shenhuang Lu's expression changed, and he burst forth with all his might. More stars were blasted toward Shenhuang Lu. Every star contained the power of his laws. However, Lu Shenhuang's sword radiance was shockingly powerful, and could easily tear apart his laws. The two of them quickly attacked. The sky was filled with sword light and starlight. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged dozens of moves. What a terrifying strength. He's a genius, a genius. Some of the older generation sighed. Of course, it was because of Lu Shenhuang's combat strength. His cultivation base was only at the 3-star illusionary divine stage, but he was able to compete with the black tortoise forest. This kind of combat strength was not only shocking, but also unimaginable. Everyone present was stunned and shocked beyond words. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.